And Mr. Montoya,
Present.
Ms. Aspas, Mr. Soul, and Ms. Haskey. And I am here. The three, we have a quorum. We will begin with a Pledge of Allegiance, and we'll ask Mr. Montoya if he'll lead us in that.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I have asked Mr. Deswood if he would offer an invocation.
Good evening, everybody. Go and bow your heads. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Montoya and Mr. Deswood.
Secretary Wells, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, Mr. So is online on Google Meet.
Thank you. I hope everybody's taking an opportunity to read the agenda. We're on number E, presentation and approval of the agenda. I have a motion to approve the agenda.
Mr. President, I make a motion to approve the agenda as listed.
It has been moved. Do I have a second?
Can you give us a little time? Just a little time.
How much do you need?
Couple of minutes.
Been asked that we wait for a couple of minutes to get a second on that.
Mr. Secretary.
So which one, let me ask a question. Which ones?
Yes.
A question.
Go ahead.
Earlier today, I was reviewing the consent agenda and the unique trips. The only question I had, Superintendent, would be the cost related to each one of those trips. And I know it's pursuant to how many students travel on every single one of them, and both that would be B and C. But it certainly would be nice to have a dollar figure, at least for an average, on that cost, so we have a somewhat a rough idea when it comes to the point of actually sending the students to where we would have a better ballpark on what it would cost. So that would be my only question in regards to that.
Is it kosher to answer that right now? Or should we?
Well, according to, may I?
You may.
Excuse me. According to the number 2 item, the way the language is, it can be discussed. So I guess sometime when we do approve the agenda, that Dominic does come forward and go through those questions. Cause I have a similar, on the trip request, I would like to know, and just because some things have surfaced, and I think, I would like to know, and I think there's some accountability issues.
Certainly, if I may add to that too, Mr. Wells, in regards to if we have Ms. Lake, superintendent, if she can at least, because again, from the standpoint, and I saw, funds will be raised within the school, fundraisers, those types of things, and one of them's going to be provided by scholarship. That's all fine and well. However, it's just nice to know and understand, again, to have a decent basis for what each one of these are going to cost.
We'll do that in the comments and question where it's at in the agenda.
Okay. Yeah, as long as, like I said, as long as we get a number attached to it. Thank you.
I'll call for,
So I'll second.
okay.
With the discussion of the unique trip request, B and C.
I'll call then for a vote to approve the agenda upon clarification of cost. Is that
Yes, and why the trip is happening.
okay? And the reasons for the trip.
Yeah.
Do I have a motion?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the agenda with explanation that we can have an explanation for the reasons for the request, and also an explanation of the cost from Mr. Satania. All in favor, Mr. Montoya,
Yes.
Ms. Aspas,
Yes.
Mr. Soul,
Yes.
Ms. Askey, and I vote yes. Who do we have here that can explain the unique trip request for the FFA? Ms.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fine. I don't think it's a matter of really getting deep into every single one. It's just a good understanding, because in my opinion, I just don't want to blindly do something without knowing that there's a specific cost attached to it.
Once you do the two, and then you want the items to be pulled off, and then later, section 4, you can vote for those items.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. President, with that said, can I make a motion to approve all the items on the consent agenda with the exception of items B and C for separate action or separate discussion and action?
We just said
We-
that
we
we don't
approved
want
it.
one
We,
meeting.
we approved
Approve
it
it.
that
Yeah, we
way.
approved it.
Okay, so we're down at consent agenda. Just want to double check.
Yeah, I think that's what Sharon was discussing.
Okay. With that, Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to approve all the items listed on the consent agenda. With the exception of those two items, thank you.
I think we already did that. Did we
No.
I think that's backwards because,
We approved the agenda.
may I?
Go ahead.
May I? So I think that's kind of backwards, because if we find discrepancy, and I like the words that Montoya used, we're blindly accepting something that, or voting on something, or passing on something that we haven't even discussed, and therefore we are asking that we,
Further knowledge.
yes.
Okay, so,
I mean, most of the items that are listed on the consent agenda are already in the packet, packet and board docs.
I understand that. I actually went over every single one of them. However, and again, my question is really regarding the cost of each of those individual trips. There is no amount attached to them, when generally there is, and in this case, there isn't. So again, I'm not nitpicking in respects to every penny, but it is just nice to know, again, about what it would cost for the students, because we don't know the number of students. And so therefore, if we can be given a head count in respects to how much each student is going to cost, then we'll have a basic idea when it comes around to that.
Yeah, I agree, which is why, as I understand it, those items are pulled up for separate action for further discussion to get those answers.
May I?
yes,
So I think, especially in the time that we're eliminating, positions and having to really, be weary of our budget, I think, it's a good request and something that we don't just fly over and bundle it and pass it. So, and this is the very thing that I brought up when this template was changed. And before, that template was back in 1996 when the laws and codes and it wasn't as simple. But nowadays, it's different. There's more accountability, and I saw it as an issue and as a problem. And I think it's just a matter of who gets their way. That's all it is. And if you're truly here to be transparent and be a servant to your community, then it shouldn't be an issue.
let me see if I can word this right then. I'm going to request a motion to approve the consent agenda with the explanation of the cost and the reasons for the special trip requests. Did I get that inclusive?
That's all I was asking.
Okay,
Just so we don't lock it in.
right.
Mr. President, that was actually my motion. Now that the agenda's been approved, my motion was to approve the items listed on the consent agenda with the exception of those items that were discussed.
Can I have a motion then?
Motion.
Second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Sharon, is that okay? Thank you.
Vote.
Mr. Montoya,
Yes.
Ms. Aspas,
No.
Mr. So,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
I'm online also, Vice President Wells,
Thank
and I
you.
vote yes.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded and voted on, so let's have an explanation. Mr. Satania, are you here? Could you give us a little bit information on this, and then we'll ask our FFA directors to explain the reasons for the trip?
Yeah, so the short answer is no, I can't. These forms come in with the expectation that they put an estimated cost on them. I was able to pull up one, for example, an FFA trip that we took last year to Indianapolis. The estimated cost was $11,000. So if you're looking at approving any trips on here that are, you know, in Indianapolis, those trips could be up to $11,000. If you're talking about moving into Las Cruces or going to Albuquerque for some type of fair, you know, a booth or et cetera that we saw on here, obviously those could be $1,000, $2,000, $3,000. So again, I can't provide you any concrete numbers without going back and researching similar events that were done last year, or they just have the expectation that they actually complete the form with the estimate. So sorry, can't be of much help other than I was able to find a trip to Indianapolis to provide some historical context.
Comment.
Go ahead.
That I understand because I was able to deduce that when I was going through and reading every single one of them. But again, there should be a reasonable estimate from the individuals that are submitting, and I would certainly ask Superintendent if Ms. Lake could give us that, please.
Please, Ms. Lake.
Thank you. And certainly it's not
I
to...
am definitely not that tall, sorry.
Yeah, and certainly it's not to question the veracity of your submittal for both of your programs. I mean, we certainly support that. It's just nice to be able to hear or see a dollar figure attached to it. Thank you.
Understand. These are just some of the, I mean, these are the same trips that we've taken, you know, year after year, and so for further reference, I will add those, you know, in the next documents. These are just some that we've submitted, so I've just kind of continued to submit them, so I will definitely work into updating them. So on the first one, I'm just gonna go kind of both me and Shelley are here.
That's fine.
So these are gonna be the same. New Mexico State Fair, yes, is a cheaper one. Usually we just, in the past, it's only for students that are showing or working like the Red Barn or putting up the FFA booth. So last year, we only did Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday night for purposes of saving money, actually. So we'll pay for them that weekend because we're setting up the FFA booth, and then we work the Red Barn on Monday. For students that do show at State Fair, they'll continue to stay the week. And if we have money in our budget activity account, then we will help pay for like the lodging cost. But meals, entries, and transportation to State Fair is done by the parent, guardian, and the students that are showing because it is a fair. So does that help answer your question on that one?
That's an excellent answer, and it clarifies again. So that way, as I said a little earlier, and Ms. Aspas alluded to, we're not just blindly doing this, and people
Yes.
are assuming we're letting 30, 40, 50 people go down there.
No. These are only students who are directly involved in working or showing at the fair.
Okay.
The next one,
And,
Yes.
Ms. Lake, also, I think through time and I think, you know, the board members, Wells and Montoya and myself, I think we come to know when we see those forms, you know, what we're expecting,
yes.
you know, in dollar amount, and now, and then it's transparent to our
Okay.
audience and our community, but, and then the board docs that it's, ran into and filed in, it's, kind of hidden, and nobody really goes through and pulls out those things, and I'm just getting notice here, thank you for, you know, covering that, because, you know, that again, with the issue financially with the district, you know, they're thinking that all things are cut, and, you know, some have that misconception.
Understand. And also, you know, possibly if we could get like, so if you look at the form, the student travel form, it only gives me so much space to write things in. And so I don't know if we can, and you can only get, it's very hard. I don't know why, but this year I had the hardest time pulling up this form, and I don't know why. But like where you see where it says purpose of the trip, like I had to be very brief for that, and then also for how it benefits the students. I was trying to get it as much as I could fit in that line, but it won't let me like make smaller, like condense the font. It used to, but for some reason this year I was having a hard time. So I don't know who does the forms, and that might be something that we can, because where you put like total cost, lodging, fuel, and meals, I used to be able to add like an estimated cost, but I couldn't get it to fit in there. So that's why you see them very like short and to the point, is because I was running out of room and I didn't want a whole bunch there where you couldn't read it. All right, on to the next one. Number 2 is the Next Gen Conference. I do want to let you know we just had a student attend the Next Gen Conference in June. And so that came out of our, we have to pay for the flights and the registration. And so I just put that in. And so I paid, out of activity was like $856. And then our registration was like about $150. So we did get 5 students selected to the Next Gen Conference. We actually got 7 selected to this Next Gen Conference in Fargo, North Dakota, and 5 of them have confirmed that they want to go. So it's $150 per registration for students, and then we pay for the flights. Sometimes you can get this through a National FFA scholarship, and then others that we just raise the money out of our activity, or sometimes are able to use operational or other funding that we might get.
May I, Vice President?
You may.
So I'm getting a question about, on there it says Shiprock, but this is really Newcomb altogether?
So what we did in the last couple of years is, yes, this would include, Newcomb did theirs, and Mr. Webster from Kirtland wasn't able to get his forms in on time to be on the board, but they're all the same trips. Some Newcomb and Kirtland will not be attending the Next Gen Conference for September because they didn't either have students apply or selected. So only those that attend the Next Gen Conferences have to apply with the application and be selected. And like I said, Shiprock High School had 7, we had more than 7, but 7 students were selected and 5 have confirmed. So, and then, so maybe I'm a little mean. No, I'm just kidding. I actually have my students apply for all of the Next Gen Conferences, because you never know which student is going to gravitate towards that career pathway. So I, as a class, they have to apply for Next Gen Conferences, and then when it comes down to it, they can choose if they want to take that leap and take the opportunity. Number 3 is National FFA Convention. As stated earlier, it depends on what school. I know our National FFA Convention budget was less than the 11,000 that was mentioned. I believe ours was more in the range of like 4 or 5. I only took 5 students to National FFA Convention, so it ranges about $1,000 to $1,500 per student. This can be either, we've either used activity, operational, or additional scholarship funding. And this one is in Indianapolis, and it's usually in October, 1st of November, right in there. Number 4 is, so this one is usually split up into 3 student travel forms. And this year I thought, why am I splitting this into 3 different travel forms and just do one for national livestock shows? Only the students that are attending the national livestock shows are either competing in some shape or form, either through prepared public speaking, creed speaking, livestock judging, or actually exhibiting their livestock. And only those students will be going, and those will be paid for just like state fair, either out of some of our activity or out of their pockets, depending on what we're going for. And I know, like Arizona National has a national competition for creed speaking and public speaking and livestock judging. So some of those can be paid with grants for the national competition. Number 5. Number 5 is the Intertribal Ag Council Youth Conference. This is in Las Vegas, Nevada. This one is solely students have to write an essay. The essay is chosen by the IAC program. The students write an essay. If they are selected, this trip is fully funded by the IAC youth program. That includes their transportation, their hotel, their meals, and registration. Everything is fully funded, so we do not use any school budget or activity budget for this one, and only students who have done the essay and won the competition are allowed to go on this conference.
Does it say that, that IEC
Yes,
is
it does. It says
IAC?
IAC right there,
Okay, I thought
paid
it
by,
was IEC.
no, Intertribal Ag Council. So yeah, it's
I
paid
see.
by IAC scholarship.
Okay.
Yep. And we've done charter bus. I've done where I've had minimal students where we've taken the ag truck. I've taken the Suburban. We've done charter bus. And the last couple of years, they have actually, which is totally up to them, but costs more money, but their money, not mine. They fly us from Durango out there and fly us back. So that's totally up to them. But I've taken up to 20 students to this conference. Only about 60 to 75 students across the United States have been selected. And they must be affiliated with a Native American tribe. So, the number 6 is State FFA CDE competition. This is where we do livestock judging, horse judging, horticulture, floriculture, farm business management, vet science, any of those. This is in Las Cruces. It's a week long. This one will cost anywhere between probably $4,000 and less. It just depends on the number of students we take. And this is a state competition, so this is paid by some new budgeting. I believe, is Rocky here? I believe like Next Gen, Carl's Perkins, and then operational, as well as if we need to use our activity, we do.
How has Carl's Perkins stood up? I mean,
This might be the first year, so we have not used that one yet. But I know it's written in the budget somewhere. So.
Yes, you're correct. This is Roxanne.
you
You are
go.
correct. We do have that for Perkins, for agribusiness and student travel.
Okay. And it really depends on the number of students that go. Last year, I took 6 students. Newcomb took 4, and Kirtland had 15-ish, like 10 to 15. So they usually, their budget goes, they got a little more. And then, but we all try to put it in as one, so it's kind of one PO to kind of cover. Then last one, I believe. Yes, no. Sorry. The next one is, state FFA LDEs and convention. This is in the end of school, usually the last, or actually after we get out of school. It's in May. And that one is still about the same amount as the state CDEs. And it is also in the budget for student travel because it's a state competition. And then the last one is the FFA camp, number 8. This is for district officer training and FFA camp, and this is paid for out of our activity budget. It is a leadership camp and a district officer training. Only students that choose to go to the camp and our district officer training, only students that are district officers attend the district officer training. The only cost is it's like $200 a student. That covers all meals, lodging. So the only thing we'd be paying for is like transportation there and back. But other than that, everything in the registration is covered, and this comes out of our activity account because it is not a comp, it's more just a camp. Does that clarify? I'm so sorry I did not put that on there, but I will make sure it gets on there next time.
No, that's absolutely good, and just for the sake of time, there doesn't need to be any redundancy for Newcomb because it's all going to be the same thing, correct?
Yes.
All right, and now that just, again, satisfies the fact that the communities, the people in the community understand and know exactly who, what, where, how, and why. And I just really appreciate the fact that every opportunity that you have for receiving scholarships or grants are utilized. That's wonderful. Yes. I recently had a niece lives out in Ohio, and then everything was bought and paid for by the Boys and Girls Club of America, and they had a wonderful time with their chaperones. So.
We just sent I actually just had a student attend Washington Leadership Conference, and that was fully paid for by the Tribal Ag Fund to sponsor FFA students to go to Washington Leadership Conference, and Shiprock had 1 student selected, and so that was fully funded. None of that came out of our budget.
Very good, thank you.
Yep.
May I, Vice President?
You may.
So, you know, this is the type of information that is always really good to hear, especially when you're pursuing these grants and watching out for them. And then to hear that, you know, our students' own talents, you know, that they're getting their scholarships, and, you know, and I think it's important that this, especially at this time with the new school year coming up, and when they're still, some are still deciding what district to go to. So I think it's really good. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have a student just graduated, Sakari Frazier, was our state FFA officer, and she received a $1,000 scholarship to attend NMSU, where she will start in August.
Thank you.
Yep. Any other questions?
No, ma'am, thank you.
That clarifies B. What about C?
I'm good. I was
C is the
looking
same.
at B, I don't know. Montoya.
All
No.
the things on C are exactly the same as just Newcomb High School.
That's why I'd made the comment that there need not be any redundancy, because they were basically all the same, going to the same place,
Okay.
utilizing the same funding.
All right. Thank you, ladies.
If I may, I've got a comment.
You may.
So, no, you can go ahead and sit down. To follow up with what Ms. Aspa said in respects to the school district and what you all are doing for our students, if anybody hasn't noticed, as you go through Kirtland on the east side of town, there's a huge sign, an advertisement for Farmington Municipal Schools trying to recruit our kids. And I've said this before, from the very first time I got on this board, almost 6 years ago now. This is a business and we are in competition with everybody else around us. So what are we gonna do? And they're bold enough to come right into the community and place an advertisement to take our kids. So what are we gonna do? And the programs that you all are offering are indicative of the fact that those are some of the things that we're trying to do, but we certainly need to do more. And that, again, the responsibility of everybody in this room and everybody in this district to keep these kids here and to grow our student count. So with what the two of you do and the one from Kirtland, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Any other comments? We'll move on to D, for Lewis College, TESOL MOA.
I believe we already approved those
We did.
items.
Oh, yeah, we did all the way down, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Mr. President, if I may, I would like to approve items B and C, which were pulled from consent agenda for approval. And I believe the board got those items, because I don't think we've approved those items yet. They were pulled up for separate action.
So we're on 4.
Yeah.
Item 4.
Yes. So I'll make a motion to accept items B and C that we had discussion and was explained to the board.
Do I have a second?
I thought I made the motion.
Oh,
All right,
I'm sorry.
I'll second.
My bad.
Mr. Montoya?
Yes to Mr. So's motion.
Ms. Aspas?
Yes.
Mr. So?
Yes.
Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Okay. I am here, actually. Although. Number 5, student, staff, and community recognition. Shiprock High School students, Michaela George, and, excuse me if I butcher this, Demesia Young, passed the state CNA exam, and Ms. Clark.
Good evening. Both of our students that graduated students that we wanted to recognize have sent a statement. They're very sorry they couldn't attend. One is on a family vacation and one is at work and couldn't attend. But if it's okay with the board, I can read their statements. Would that be fine?
That it would be fine. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'll just read it exactly. It says, good evening, everyone. My name is Demesia Roslyn Young. My clans are, oh gosh, here we go. Totachini, Hogan, Hani, my God, I'm so sorry. Bitani and Ta, I probably should have had it. Oh, Eric could do this, and Tachi. I'm so sorry for butchering that. My parents are
They're laughing at your accent.
My Wisconsin accent. I love my Wisconsin Navajo accent. I'm sorry. My parents are Stephanie Stephenson and Derek Young. I graduated from Shiprock High School this past year, as well as from San Juan College with 46 credits and my CNA certificate with just six credits left. I recently quit my job at a nursing home due to leaving for college soon. I will be attending the main campus of UNM in Albuquerque. I will be majoring in radiological science, furthering my career of being an ultrasound technician. I honestly was not thinking about taking the CNA class until my high school advisor offered it. I feel this opportunity should be more recognized by students because it opened up opportunities for me that I didn't know I could have. The certification definitely helped me and will help me in my future for many reasons. For instance, I did get a job opportunity with a good pay rate that helped with some financial responsibilities that I did have while going to college, and I'm sure it will definitely give me another job during college, but most importantly, it did help with my communication skills, patient care, and just being more focused on the medical field. Overall, I would strongly recommend this CNA program to many other individuals that are pursuing a nursing degree. Taking the exam and it being paid for, I was very grateful. The exam was an experience of many other exams that I will go through considering my career. Additionally, if I would or would not have taken the state exam, even if Title I grant didn't pay for it. This year, as a side note, this isn't in her thing, we paid for the it turned out to be 5 young women this year to go take the exam, and we took them to Santa Fe to take the exam, and we had 2 graduates pass. So she's one of them. I would like to give my sincere gratitude and appreciation to the CCSD office and administration for the encouragement and assistance with this program. And we're very proud of her for passing, and she was working as a CNA, going to San Juan College, and also high school. So really amazing. The next student, let's see if I can load it on my phone. Hello, hopefully there's no clans. Looks like there's not. Hey. Hello, everyone. My name is Michaela George, and first off, I would like to apologize for not being able to make it. I just want to thank my mother, Luana George, who also guided me and was alongside my journey throughout high school and also my CNA program. She was my #1 supporter, and I don't think I would have done it without her if it, I lost my place. If it weren't for her pushing me to go further and do great things. To begin with, I went to Shiprock High School for 3 years and just graduated on May 24th, 2025. I am now planning on attending the University of New Mexico in the fall. I will continue my education there and plan on getting my bachelor's degree in nursing. I chose to take the CNA class at San Juan College to get more of a look at the medical field and overall just start my journey somewhere. It may not be as much work as other jobs in the field, but it was a really great way to start. You get to learn how to take care of people. Not only do you just work in nursing homes, you can also work in hospitals. The certification will help me in the future by getting my hands-on experience and give me a solid foundation for a future healthcare career. Not only did I earn my CNA at San Juan College, I also earned 13 other credits, which will help me in the long run because when I'm at college, I already have certain classes done. I definitely recommend other kids take the CNA course. It was really wonderful. It was a really wonderful experience for me. It was a really easy course, and later on, you actually have hands-on experience in a nursing home. You get to take connections with fellow classmates and your instructor. Taking the state exam was nerve-wracking. I can't put it into words on how nervous I was taking both of the tests. I remember really studying just a few days before and the night before the exam. The day of it flew by really fast, and waiting for my results had me very anxious. Although both of the exams were really easy, only because it was just mostly common sense, so there was nothing really to be nervous about. So to anyone out there who's thinking about taking the CNA course, do it because it's a really fun program. I don't think I would have actually taken the state exam if it weren't for the school who offered to pay for it and also provided the transportation to the site. So thank you to the school board who paid for my certification. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you. So I think those were really great little testimonials, and we are so proud of them.
Comment.
Thank you, and go ahead.
Again, absolute wonderful testimonials to the success of our students. And we just need every educator to do the same, to really challenge our students. And again, they're just as capable as anybody else. So very good job, and please relay the fact that we're very proud of them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
To the 2 students, I hope this gets back to them. To be in the healthcare, especially CNA, they must have big hearts. that is truly, I mean, it pays well, yes, but, you know, you have to have a heart for people. And, you know, and I'm sure they're gonna do well. I mean, if it's common sense, you know, to them, then I'm sure they're gonna do well. And I just really glad that our district gives those opportunities, because that's savings on the parents, you know, and I'm just really glad to hear those. Thank you, Ms. Clark.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Anybody else? Ms. Clark, convey our congratulations to these two young ladies and approve of the choices that they make and appreciate their the representation of the district in accomplishing it.
We will certainly, thank you so much.
Item B in number 5, recognition of Deshauna Begay, representing Newcomb High School at the National Education Rising Competition.
Thank you, Vice President Wells, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, and guests who have joined us today. Thank you. Right next to me, we have Deshauna Begay, who's a sophomore, who's going to be a sophomore, junior, excuse me. She's going to be a junior at Newcomb High School. And board members, this is something that through your approval, she was able to represent CCSD in Newcomb High School as she competed at the National Educators Rising competition in Orlando, where with her, she shared a children's book, The Old and the Young, and Deshauna, she brought the book with her today to show our board members what she competed with. But basically, she took this book and written and illustrated by her. It's a pre-kindergarten level story incorporating Navajo culture and language, telling the tale of Milo the raccoon and Che the beaver, who overcame generational conflict when working together to repair a damaged dam during a drought. The book appeared to be the only children's literature submission at the competition, featuring Native American culture, highlighting Begay's commitment to cultural representation and her personal journey to reconnect with her Navajo heritage. And Deshauna did share some photos, so this is kind of her trip that she witnessed, and I just, if Vice President Wells and members of the board, if you would allow her to maybe share her perspective of the trip.
Please do.
Hello. Yate she Deshauna Begay she Hothana Nishwa Toglini Bashichi Tachini Doshiche Tinavili Doshinelli.
Speak up or into the mic better.
So originally it was a Che, but when I went to state, it was that way. But when I got qualified for nationals, I changed like some of the little details, and so the Che is now a Masane. It's a grandma showing like women leadership. And I also changed the language. It was patchy to English, Navajo, like little words. So later I just put it all into Navajo. So yeah, as I went to my trip to Orlando, it was a really good opportunity. I saw a lot of different people. There was a lot of like talking, and you got to use your social skills. And yeah, it was just a great opportunity. I was grateful for everything and that it was expense free, and I just had a great time.
Sean, if you can actually go back to one of the photos, there's someone in the photos there. You took a photo with that person. I just was curious to see who that was. Yes, right there. Who is that?
Oh. Okay, so when I was here, I met this other Native lady, and it's kind of random because everyone I knew there wasn't Navajo, wasn't Native or anything. So I saw her wearing a ribbon skirt, and then I was like, she's Native. So I went up to her and I picked up a photo with her, and yeah, she's a really nice person. It's just nice reconnecting to somebody. Because when I went there originally, it was kind of like I was free, like it felt weird. It was open space, and even then I felt lonely. So like seeing someone from my like tribe almost, it was kind of like like I wasn't so alone. Yeah.
Vice President Wells, members of the board, and Superintendent Carlson, as you can see, you know, she not only just went for the district, but she also represented her relatives and her tribe at this event. And I think that's something very unique, that with your help, you were able to have others engage with her culture and seeing this book exactly, you know, understanding also the situations maybe we deal here in our area. And I think she just really did represent our school and district very well. So with that, members of the board, we stand for questions and comments.
Comment.
Go ahead.
Young lady, you are an absolute wonderful example of what is possible. And just know and understand that you are setting a very high bar for the students in this district to achieve. To go out there, and you said something about, you know, feeling lonely. You're not. You have your entire community behind you and with you. And there's a guest speaker that was speaking yesterday at the meeting down in Shiprock at the field, and he was talking about the Navajo way and the things that you wear in your hands, and how that represents your Navajo-ness, your identity. You take all these people with you, so you're never alone, even with the jewelry that you wear. And so be proud of that, and just continue being a shining example of the possibilities of young people your age, and know that there's a lot of them looking up to you and will be following in your footsteps. So congratulations to you. Thank you.
All right, Mayor.
You may.
I'm really proud of you. I mean, to publish a book, and there's another student from Kirtland, the BBA, that did the same, but not at that, at a different conference. And but to do that and share your culture, and especially now, I mean, everybody has their stereotypes, you know, and they I mean, just like, you know, you saw a ribbon skirt, and you know, there's others out there that do the same. And and I'm really glad that you reached out, and because sometimes you go to these places and you see, you know, it's another native, and they don't even smile. And you wonder, you know, how come you don't smile? And anyhow, but I always make an attempt, you know, to go up and say hi, or where you're from, and make that connection. But you know, I'm really proud of you, because that's something I would like to do, is publish, you know, write a book. And my title's not going to be as nice, but anyhow, yeah, I look at these pictures, and I'm hoping, do you have some extras, or that we could?
This is the original copy.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Maybe Superintendent, can we get prints, since we have a printing shop?
Hopefully there's not a copyright on this,
Better put a copyright on it.
but you better
No,
get
there's
one
not.
quick.
Because that, you know, when I was in school, you know, and younger, I saw the old clips, where the lizard was Che, you know, I mean, not lizard, but the horny toad was Che. And then, you know, so I think, you know, to bring that back in this manner, that's great. Now, and I really hope that you continue You already have a sample, you already, you know, just grow from it. And, you know, there's gonna be a time that comes that somebody's gonna say something and you're gonna feel, you're gonna reflect on this moment. And I did it before. Good job.
This is far better than FaceTime or Facebook or spending your time. This is productive. This shows accomplishment. Congratulations to you. And I would recommend you get a copyright, but wait until we print it. Because I would like a copy.
I also forgot to mention this was the wardrobe I was wearing when I went to nationals.
Very good.
Deshaun, I imagine that's also from the catalog in the program there at the Nationals? Yeah. Oh, that was the state catalog. Okay, very good. Oh, fantastic.
I just had a quick question. Hi, Tisha, did I catch a raccoon, dog, beaver? You know what the name?
No English. I'm still learning.
Okay. I think raccoon is top of my E, right? Beaver is
Woodchuck.
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 Okay.
Well, I like to also, if I like to say something also, Vice President Wells, if I could.
Go ahead.
I think I echo everything that the other board members have said. It also shows how determined that you are to succeed. I think it speaks a lot to your character, to your perseverance, because you accomplished this big feat. I mean, how many of us have actually written a book and had it have it published? It's amazing. So I think, and like Mr. Montoya said, where you have a whole community behind you, and whatever endeavors that you decide on, you will always have all of us behind you. So congratulations, and thank you for being that inspiration.
Any other comments from the board? Thank you very much and congratulations.
Did you draw those yourself?
Yeah, it says she illustrated them. We next have Ms. Vicki Lake to be recognized as the National Teacher Ambassador. FFA National Teacher Ambassador. Sorry about that.
Members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, and guests again. So next down the line of Vicki Lake, it is selected as the National Teacher Ambassador for FFA nationally, joining 63 or 65 other ambassadors in the country, correct? Joining those 65 other educators who will serve as leaders, mentors, and trainers for more than 10,000 FFA advisors and teachers across the United States. So if we could just give her a round of applause for that. Members of the board, Secretary Carlson, that we're open for comments and questions.
Comment.
Go ahead.
Superintendent, don't let it retire. Please.
I'm on my downslope, by the way.
I better start pumping them brakes. I've said this to you before, and I've told you in personal conversation, I truly respect what you do. These kids are an absolute reflection of the effort, passion, desire, and commitment that you exude to them. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. And well-deserved. I'm surprised it hasn't happened a hell of a lot more times over and over.
Haven't filled out the application before. So, just kind of to relate on that, it's kind of a standing joke or a comment with me and like some other ag teachers. Just last year in December, I was selected to present at the National Association of Ag Educators, and my presentation was on integrating culture into agriculture. And they've asked me, I've been with this district starting my 22nd year as an ag teacher, and they're like, what do you, this is what you do? And I'm like, yeah, this is what I do. I integrate culture into ag. Like, Native American agriculture is one of the #1 industries in the state of New Mexico. And so why are we not teaching their traditions and your culture in ag, because they both mingle together? And so that was my first step. And they always say, I said, I may never walk across that stage, with a state winning team or a state individual, but by dang, I'm going to walk across that stage as a professional development, and I am working my way up. So.
May I?
Yes, you may.
Ms. Lake, all the years that I've been here along with you, and just you showing emotion, that just speaks volumes on
Thank
how
you.
much passion you have. And I, we've said before, there's nothing really, when you compare Farmington and other districts, there's nothing really here to attractive, but for you to last over 20 plus years, that is amazing. And then to see what you, today what you accomplish, and then also the many events that you coordinate for our students, that's awesome. And I just wish that, we could clone you.
Well, I have 25 years in, so that's where I'm saying I'm
Thank
headed
you.
down there.
Thank you.
But I don't want to, I don't want to take away, but I do want to make another announcement. So he's unable to be here because he is actually right up here at the Kirtland Ag Barn coaching students on showmanship with their livestock. But Zane Webster was selected as Rookie of the Year for ag teachers. So this is an outstanding first-year ag teacher out of the whole entire state of New Mexico, and he was selected Rookie of the Year. He received this plaque, and I don't know if I'm going to get the buckle to him. I told him I was going to hold it for ransom, but anyways. And this very nice buckle. So, not to take away, for anything, but he's done a great job. I've never got this honor because it is very hard to go up against, other ag teachers around the state who do walk across the stage. Zane has been lucky, and he has had kids in his first year walk across that stage as state winners. So, congratulations to him. And again, being an ambassador is it's an amazing opportunity, and it's a year of some hard work. But they always say, what is this going to add to your plate? Actually, that was my mom and my dad and my child. Mom, how much more times are you going to leave me? And I'm like, I don't know. Well, 1 week. So I also attended some professional development. I've been from Alabama. I toured Alabama agriculture. I went to Florida. We did some deep sea fishing and learned some aquaculture. I also drove across from Florida to Corpus Christi. Went to New Orleans, Houston, Corpus Christi. All of this is professional development. And then came home for 2 days and flew to Indianapolis for some training on how to be a ambassador. So how to do what I'm normally doing. But it was fun, and it's a great honor, and thank you for recognizing me.
You can't leave yet.
May I make a comment?
Yes, this is a comment. I'm going to read a little bit here, not to take anything from Mr. Webster, but with his presentation, it says the National Teacher Ambassador Program represents one of the most distinguished recognitions in agricultural education. Ms. Lake joins an elite group of 65 educators who will serve as leaders, mentors, and excuse me, trainers for more than 10,000 FFA advisors across the United States, Puerto Rico, and U.S. Virgin Islands. Responsibilities and impact. As a national teacher ambassador, Ms. Lake will provide leadership and mentorship to FFA advisors nationwide, serve as a resource for professional growth and development, share feedback with national FFA leadership regarding educational landscape changes, support the organization's mission to serve over 1 million FFA members nationally, act as a mentor and resource for teachers in New Mexico and beyond. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, may I make a comment?
Go ahead.
Miss Lake, I've known you or worked with you in this capacity for the last 6 years. And in those 6 years, I've seen nothing but dedication to your students. I've seen just the selflessness, the mentoring. Now you have mentoring of your colleague. And I think you're so deserving of this award because of everything that you do and not expecting an award at the end of the days. The award, and I'm so thankful that our kids, our students have you as a mentor also, that they can emulate the passion that you have for your craft and allowing them to thrive in that environment, to learn agriculture. Like you said, we have it all around us, and you open that door for our students, and it shows in Newcomb area how that has really started to build also. So I'm so thankful that you're in our district, and like everybody else said, I hope that retirement is way down the road and we continue to learn from you and continue to see our students also grow from their interaction with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I?
Go ahead.
Every school district has their faults. But you, Miss Lake, are Milken Award winner. All the wonderful teachers that work tirelessly to imbue that passion, desire, and commitment to our students, the love of what you do and what other teachers do on a daily basis, yearly basis. Farmington Municipal Schools can put up any damn sign they want, but they don't have you. And they certainly don't have the multiple of educators in this district that we have that do the same. So with that, and in line with what Ms. Haskey has stated, we need more, and I hope others look up to you to do the same. Again, I mean, that is what we've had, what we experienced over the last year in respects to the quality of educators is just wonderful. And again, the young lady going to the national competition, the ones that we've had go to the national competitions and participate and bring that back and grow that even more and more and more and more. That is the way that we're going to grow our students in this district and throughout our communities. So again, thank you very much for what you do. I appreciate it.
Welcome.
Any other comments?
Just real quick, thank you, Ms. Lake, for all the work you do. Again, in all the years I've known you, I've only seen and observed, heard a lot of the positive things that you've been able to do as a teacher in our district. Just being able to build successful programs that draw attention and are recognized at the state level, even national level. A lot of the parents have told me about the great work you've been able to put in place as a teacher, as a person that's able to build a successful program at Chippewa High School. And hopefully this is like success that's celebrated across your district. And as everyone has pretty much echoed, you are a testament of a teacher that really, the work you do is it's inspiring. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to have the last word. I dare say that I have known Miss Lake longer than anyone else here. She went to school with one of our kids, and I have watched her over the years and been proud of the association that we have had. And here's one more thing I'm going to read to you. Ms. Lake's expertise has significantly contributed to the growth and success of FFA programs within our district. Her mentorship of agricultural teachers at both Shiprock High School and Newcomb High School demonstrate her commitment to educational excellence and professional development. The continued expansion and improvement of our local FFA programs directly reflect her guidance and leadership. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda says comments from the audience, and I said I was going to have the last word, so I hope there's no more. We do have one comment here. Ms. Aspis?
So, about a month ago, I came up and shared some things, and I didn't know, I expected the garnered support, but for me, the whole reasoning behind it was so that I'm free of being complicit to fraud, and shame on those that are complicit. And so I stand, even if I stand alone, I stand on that truth, and I don't like being labeled as a liar. And the posted paper said something about I lack merit, and I could have filed, but I chose not to because it just leads to embarrassment of our district. And so I do want to say that I stand here with my truth. I already said what I needed to say, and I can sleep at night. And secondly, I want to comment on the happenings of the last meeting, which was the work session. I guess nobody hears us, and as board members, we said that 15 minutes, and if there's not a quorum, then there's no meeting, and yet a meeting continued, and I have to say it's a meeting because I seen the I don't know what you call it, the per diem that we get to attend meetings, and it's counted, and people are being paid for that, and which is not right. It was not a meeting. There was no quorum, and so again, I don't wish to be part of the fraud, and it needs to be noted. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to 7, reports from board and superintendent. Do we have any reports from members of the board?
I have none.
Mr. Wells?
Hang on just a minute. Ms. Aspis is speaking.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Askey.
Last week we had a meeting with an update on the Yazzie Martinez information for tribes. So there will be public hearings that are posted that are coming up, and I would urge our community to attend to learn more about the Yazzie Martinez case and how that impacts our district. I think it's important to make sure that we continue to provide our students, the best services that we can. And in listening to the presenters last week, I think we're doing a really good job, but there's still areas that we have to improve on. But I would really urge our community to listen in and then let us know what their feedback is in regards to Yazzie Martinez, what they think. But I don't have the calendar right now with me. I can share that with superintendent, and he can share it on our website. Thank you.
Anything else from the board?
Just real quick, back on June 2nd, I actually was it was, how do I say this? We at the invitation of the Northern Agency Council, Superintendent Carlson, as well as some administrators from our district, were able to provide a presentation overview to a lot of the chapter officials leadership all across the Northern Agency, just giving an update about what the district is doing, the progress, the test scores, outcomes, and the district was actually positively received. And I think they're also impressed that when the superintendent introduced himself, he introduced himself in Navajo, which I think it blew their minds away in many respects. But for the most part, I believe the superintendent and the district was able to convey a lot of the positive things, impact that our district has had despite a lot of challenges, obstacles, and so forth. And it's just being able to have that partnership with a lot of our local leadership and just being able to keep doors open in that regard. So with that, I just want to say thank you to Superintendent Carlson and the leadership for being there. I think it was positive with a lot of the leadership there. Thank you. That's it.
We'll turn the time then over to our superintendent.
Did Mr. Montoya have anything first? I don't want to jump in. I'm going to start out by just, and I know I have to read these things real quick, but just to kind of give a plug for the events we've had. Yesterday we had an event for 245-day employees, kind of a welcome back. And I just want to say a big thank you to a couple people. One is Nathan Brady. I know that those of you who heard what he had to say, he talked a little bit about Navajo pride and identity. He had a little slideshow, but if you ever get a chance to hear Mr. Brady speak, he's engaging, he's funny, he's so knowledgeable, especially about Navajo traditions and identity. So it was just a fantastic talk that he gave. Also, I'd like to thank Mr. Montoya, who just gave a couple-minute talk following my own to kind of reiterate some things about, especially about impact aid and the effects that funding from the state have had on our district. So thanks to those individuals and thanks to all the 245-day people who are, I think most of the people in attendance are 245-day as well. Not all of them, but most of them. But thank you all for that. And just to put a plug in also, next Friday, we do have the welcome back for all the 185, 195, 215-day employees. So that's most of the staff. And it begins at 8 o'clock and it's at the Phil Thomas Performing Arts Center. Board members, you're welcome to come and engage. And also if you want to say a few words, you're more than welcome to say a few words. I will gladly cede my own time to any board members who would like to say a few words. That begins at 8. However, there is also a 7 o'clock ceremony for anybody who wants to participate in that, or a blessing, I guess is probably the best way to say that. Thank you, Dr. Harvey. Give that nod. And that will be at 7 o'clock in Peochi Building. Okay, kind of like we did last year, very similar. Awesome. Okay, that said, I do have a couple of donations to just report on for the board. The first is a donor from partnership with Native Americans, and they donated to Eva B. Stokely, and they donated school supplies for up to 280 students with school supplies packs. It was under $5,000, but it'll be very much appreciated by students at Eva B. Stokely. Also, another donor, the Newcomb Chapter House, donated to Newcomb High School for the Newcomb Rugby Club, $400. You want to add to that?
I just found out that the rugby team is the only rugby team on
The Newcomb Rugby Team, for those of you who are online, is the only rugby team in the entire Navajo Nation. That's pretty fantastic. So, and that donation will be used for the North American Invitational Rugby Sevens Tournament in Salt Lake City, Utah, July 25th through 27th, 2025. And those are the only ones I have for this evening, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. We're on item 8, reports. Teen Outreach Program by Eudora Redhouse. Did I pronounce that right?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent, board members, community, parents, and anyone joining us online. She'e Eudora Redhouse in Shea Hashkushni Ishle, Toheglini Bashuchi, the Bethlehem, Dashuche Auto Technizani, Dashanella, and I'm going to have my colleague introduce herself.
Good evening, everyone. My name is McKenna Joe. I am the project coordinator with TPP, so I work very closely with Eudora and Tanabithli Nishan, Asher Bashichin, Juan Dashe, Aro Tachin National.
And we're here today just to give everyone an update about our program, the Teen Outreach Program, also known as TOP. This was our first year we were able to bring TOP out not only to the high schools, but to the middle schools in Kirtland, Newcomb, and Shiprock area. So we have some wonderful updates. We are grant funded by the Office of Population Affairs. We have a 5-year teen pregnancy prevention grant. And right now we're going to be entering in our 3rd year this upcoming school year. So can I have someone click on the next slide? So just to give everyone a recap, when you take a look at San Juan County, teen birth rates definitely have been higher than the state of New Mexico as well as the US. As you can see, it's been slightly declining, and we're hoping to see that decline every single year that we return back into the schools. Next slide. When we take a look at the race and ethnicity, as you can see, back in 2020, Native American females between the ages of 15 and 19 were considered the highest rates. And then a year later, they were the 2nd highest, and Hispanics were among the highest. Next slide. So with that, we were able to apply for funding, and we had announced that we were going to utilize the Wyman Teen Outreach Program. During this period, we did work with the school administrators that we were currently working with beforehand, and they were big advocates with us sticking to this curriculum because it was showing some really significant impacts, which I'm going to be sharing later on. So when we take a look at the core components of TOP as far as goals, next slide, there's 4 goals. So improving the social and emotional learning and life skills of youth, having them develop a positive sense of self and identity, strengthening their connections to others, whether that be their community, family, peers, and then also improving their academic outcomes while trying to decrease their engagement in risky behaviors. So with that, every single year, we go into the schools, next slide, and we deliver weekly sessions. We have to at least hit 12 top lessons that we provide to the students, and teachers are present with us during that time. And then in addition to that, we do require 20 hours of community service learning for students to get involved. That really boosts their self-efficacy, and also giving them the opportunity to learn more about their program. So my staff, next slide, these wonderful individuals are the main people that drive our program. Without them, it would make my job really, really hard. And so this is a snapshot of who my team is. So we have Charlene Dearly, she's a prevention educator. We have Trinell McCabe, she's our youngest. And then we also have Amanda Johnson, she's another prevention educator. So they're not with us today here at the meeting. They're actually traveling back from St. Louis because they attended a Wyman Facilitator Institute training this past week. Next slide. So we serve 8 sites, and this year was pretty unique because we were able to not only include the middle schools, but we also expanded out to Window Rock Unified School District. So this was our first year at Window Rock High School, and we want to share some of the impacts that we've had overall. Next slide. So we are an active research project through the Navajo Nation Human Research Review Board because we do give out pre and post surveys. We do have to have a parent consent form signed and returned back to us, as well as contact sheets. And then every time we meet with the students, we do provide snacks. But when they do complete a pre and post survey, we do provide them with a gift card to either Target, Starbucks, Allen Theaters, Dick's Sporting Goods, and Starbucks. Next slide. So overall, this past year, we actually had a slight increase with male students that signed up for our program. So most of our participants contained of male students. Next slide. Taking a look at the grades that they're in, about 22% of our students reported that they were in 9th grade. I'm sorry, 32% of our students had reported that they were in 9th grade, followed by 8th grade students. Next slide. And then about 80% of our participants do identify as American Indian or Alaskan Native. Next slide. And when we take a look at the results from the pre and post surveys, these were actually one of the statements that really stood out to us. We've seen some significant increases. This one is about making decisions that help them keep themselves healthy and safe. We see that students did report a higher response to that than and before, or then and now when they completed the pre and post surveys. Next slide. We see an increase when it comes to the question of they can usually get themselves to relax. As you can see, when they took the pre-survey, they had reported at 74%, and then at post reported at 88%. So a really huge significant impact. Next slide. Coming up with ways to solve problems. This was really amazing to see, and we definitely give that to the impact from the community service learning projects that they're able to be a part of. Next slide. Setting goals for themselves. Next slide. Understanding how other people feel. We do have lessons that do touch on communication, empathy, social and emotional learning. So we're really proud of them for this report. Next slide. Helping make my community a better place. Next slide. Clearly communicating my ideas to others. This is really amazing to see, just because at the very beginning, the first day that our prevention educators are meeting with students for the first time, they're very quiet, they're very shy, they do a lot of observations, but over time, they slowly have them stand up and speak for themselves, become advocates, and slowly they're able to be comfortable with their peers, and they start to share more about their thoughts and share input. Next slide. They feel like they're able to handle challenges that come their way. Next slide. They believe in themselves. Next slide. And they're very hopeful about their future. Next slide. So I'm going to have McKenna share a few words about some of our CSL opportunities.
Yeah, so these are all over our schools that we were at. So throughout the school year from August to May, our prevention educators, including myself, have the students create projects, whether it be centered around the time of the month or just something to give back to even their teachers, or they would take it home and give it to their parents. So you see the ornament was during Christmas, and the blankets were for, I believe the prevention educator was dropping it off to a assistant living, yeah. And then they did a lesson on bullying, so they said be like Spider-Man and drew that right there. And it's just really great stuff to see all of these students from all around the schools create all these things, and even seeing it for myself. We went and made blankets for animals, and I dropped it off at the animal shelter. So yeah, they're doing some great things out there.
And starting to become more creative. There's the young gentleman who's decorating cookies. They had a flower pot painting session so that they could present their mother this gift during Mother's Day. And overall, it's all about building community, being proudful of where you come from, and trying to make a difference. Next slide. So overall, this is what the teens' top experience looks like. We had high ratings when it comes to the following statements: TOP is a safe space for me to say what I think. I feel physically safe. I feel like I belong. Facilitators support me. Facilitators help me learn new things. Facilitators care about me. And overall, I'm glad I participated in TOP. Next slide. And we also wanted to get a little of insight from teachers. So these were the comments that were shared, is keep doing what you can. I love everything that occurred this school year. Our students at Newcomb Middle School loved the facilitators. It was a first year for Newcomb Middle School. I definitely want TOP back for our students. Thank you for everything. Offer the program for all classes. Teacher supplies are always helpful. The lessons and how they are presented have improved every year. It involves student engagement, which is paramount to the student learning process. And last but not least, this is really important. We need more ways to get permission slip forms returned. So typically, we always provide the paper copy because that's what's within our protocol with IRB. This year, we are going to change that to see if we could present a card with a QR code. So folks can scan it, they can be directed to an online form, complete it, and then submit it. So we are working on that currently. But at this time, if anyone has any questions, we would be more than happy to address your concerns or your questions.
Question.
Go ahead.
So just looking real quick and not going to get too much into it, but when it says the teens' top experiences, it's pretty impressive. They're all above 90% except for that one. So in your analysis at the end of the day, I'm assuming that you are looking as whatever you can do to bring up that third one. I feel like I belong, and obviously a more positive way of trying to be a lot more inclusive.
Yes, great question. So when it comes to attendance, we actually require at least a 75% attendance. If a student's attendance falls below that, we always check in with the teacher as well as the student. Oftentimes the teacher does provide us an insight of what's going on as far as their family life, and we try to make sure that we encourage them. So comments like, oh, McKenna, I'm so happy you're here to join us today. We missed you the past couple of sessions. Really helps, to have them feel a part of the program. But even if they fall below that 75%, we don't kick them out or anything like that. We just try to encourage them to come back as much as possible. And if a student does report any type of supportive needs that is on their end, we usually try to connect with the school district's department.
All right, thank you.
I have a question. Of your participants, how many are male and how many are female? What's the percentage?
Oh, yes. So as far as like our demographics, I know this is super tiny.
Is that in there and I just missed it?
Yeah, so 47% of our participants reported as female and 53% reported male. And we do have that 1% that identify as non-binary.
And in which category, in which of those groups, did you evaluate that showed the most improvement?
Oh yes, so those are from our pre and post surveys, and that's in regards to social emotional learning, life skills, attitudes towards others. Collectively, I believe there's like 12 statements that students have to go through, and that was what was shared earlier as far as topics like I feel hopeful about my future, I feel like I can set goals. Those are the percentages, a snapshot at the time that they took the survey to when they completed the program and took the post survey.
Let me rephrase that, because I think I maybe didn't state that very well. Of the male or of the female who made the best who showed the best progress?
Oh, we don't take a look at individual surveys. It's just collectively of what's responded to for each statement.
Okay, that's all I had.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, no, there was one other question. How many students participated in each of the schools?
I'm sorry, I did not share that. We had 420 students overall in our 8 sites.
Wow.
And that does include students from Window Rock Unified School District. So McKenna and I, we are we are expected to attend Window Rock Unified School District's board meeting next week.
Okay. Anyone else? Any other questions?
Just real quick, what are some examples of the CSL projects that students undertook at least in our district?
Yes, so I believe the Christmas ornaments, so a few of our prevention educators attend a local committee. It's the Restoring and Celebrating Family Wellness Committee. And every month they do monthly sessions to promote community engagement, parent engagement. And over the course of December of last year, they held a winter conference. And that was at the SASE, the Shiprock Associated School Incorporation in Shiprock. And our students were able to provide ornaments, Christmas ornaments. They made them. They helped our prevention educator plan what supplies that they needed. They researched the price so that she completed the purchase order into the office, and then they were able to submit that. Went out, purchased it. They put it together during a class period, which I heard it was very messy. There was a lot of lessons learned during that process. And then they brought those items, the prevention educator brought the items to the event, and they were able to give those out with Christmas wreaths that were also made from other top club students in another school. And that's what was presented.
Well, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Your office is up here in Farmington, right?
Correct.
And does that I guess how it works in most of the activities is down in the schools?
Correct.
Okay. And there's none that, you know, that parents go to your office or anything, it's all school?
Correct. We meet where students and parents are at. So as far as, you know, me as a supervisor, I really stress about staff burnout because I've had challenges in the past where, you know, driving from the office to Window Rock High School, trying to get there at 8, you're probably leaving your residence at 5 o'clock in the morning, and it's a long drive. And that's one thing I stress to our funders is we need to be smart about how we're allocating our funds because once staff burnout, safety, and I'm always worried about those main things. And so investing in my team so that they feel confident, they feel supported to go into the schools is really important for me as a supervisor. But I've been at Capacity Builders for 8 years, and this is the first time where I have a team that are not only passionate, but they're dedicated to continue this program every single year. And I always say my team are very seasoned facilitators, and that shows a lot.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, Charlene, I've seen Charlene, she's organized powwows before, so I have no.
She's everywhere.
Yeah, talk about the CSL type project, that's a lot of work to do, especially trying to piece people, the dancers and everything, just being able to coordinate those kind of events.
Yes, so yeah, like with Charlene, we have other staffs that do have other interests outside of work, and being able to let them have that ability to be part of that, continue it, setting time aside is really important. So My team has a pretty flexible schedule, but for the most part, it's sometimes that travel and back-to-back facilitations for 8 hours that could really get them burnt out.
That's why I was asking, you know, how, I mean, because that shows that what you guys are really doing on your end, you know, going back to schools and being there, and, you know, I think it's commendable. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess just lastly, going back to the data, did you have any, how do I say this? Was there anything that indicates that there are red flags at some of our schools in terms of some of the questions that are asked, like being able to solve problems? Were there any schools that had like a low number of a little or not a lot versus other schools? Were there any like stark differences that you might have seen by school?
There were a handful, and with that, you know, collectively as a team, that was what we had shared with the Wyman National Network, especially during the process when they were planning this Facilitator Institute this past week, and they were able to incorporate some of that. So a lot of our challenges that we experience, we report back to Wyman so that at a time we can get technical assistance from their team.
Anything else?
No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Item B, Transportation Policy and Procedure Revision Update by Cindy Theodore.
Good evening, board members and Mr. Carlson, Superintendent. The Transportation Department Policy and Procedures is just revisions and updates, mainly wording. We did add a couple of things in there. So on the first page, we just matched no less than 48 hours. That's what's in the CBA, so we matched that wording. Number 17, a hoodie or a hood will not be worn when driving a bus. So I've had a couple of instances where bus drivers were wearing their hoodie while they were driving, and that's not safe. So that's the reason why that was put in. Okay. Number 21, again, here includes the word includes music was put in. I've had a couple of times where a driver had said, you know, that they have to listen to music while they drive to keep them calm. That, again, that's not safe. So that was put in for safety reason. Okay, number 22, this is for activity bus drivers. They're required to, or they're responsible to fueling the bus after they return from their trip. So that's just a change in our wording there. Number 23, I just inserted the word preschool. So this was a procedure that was put in place probably 25 years ago, where so that like a young mom that had little kids could become a bus driver and drive. So so we allow one student from 12 months up to preschool age to ride the bus with their mom. So that allows the mom to, you know, have a job and to transport students and then come back in the afternoons when after school. Number 24, basically this pertains to Shiprock and Kirtland because we don't have gates anymore over there that they need to close, so those gates are automatic. Number 29, I just inserted the word MAT training. Again, number 30, same thing. Building keys will not be, we no longer have building keys, so I took that out. Number 30, that one is a new one. So Real quickly, our activity bus drivers, we have, I'm gonna say, maybe 15 at the most, maybe 18 at the most, between Kirtland, Shiprock, and Newcomb, that are activity bus drivers, in addition to their regular to and from routes. So, our poor activity buses are not really being taken care of, both by students and also, unfortunately, sometimes by a bus driver or activity driver. So we've got instances where a bus was used on a trip and it was brought back maybe the next day or the day after, 2 days later or something. The next activity driver that was inspecting the bus to take that trip found scratches or, things that didn't get reported by the previous driver. So that's why this is put in place.
So do you have a post-op check
Yes. Yes.
and a pre-op check?
Yes, every driver has a pre-inspection, and when they return, they do a post-inspection. And they're signing off on that, saying that they inspected the bus. And there's a part on there that says notes, or if there's anything that we need to be made aware of, it's also on there. So, and that wasn't happening. So,
May I ask?
Yes, you may.
So, you, before you got to this item, you said something about, I took this out. You're the only one that went through this policy?
no.
Who?
Last year, towards the end of, I think it was March, we went over this
Who's
with
we?
our entire department. Bus drivers, bus aides, our mechanics, our secretaries, and myself.
To rewrite policy?
We did updates. We went and put updates in, we revised what we needed to revise, update some things that were out of date, and then added if we needed to, or deleted if we needed to.
So our policy, so this form, this document here goes to, in our CCSD policy book?
No. This
So
is
this is
Transportation
For your,
Department handbook.
your department
Yeah.
only?
Yes.
Okay. And, were you part of this discussion?
I wasn't part of the discussion. I've just seen it.
Okay, okay. Before, I'm just addressing this because I don't want to forget. So going back to the very start, can we go back to the start of, and we're talking about the music?
Yes.
And then it was said that the operators, their comment was that they use the headphones for not to be distracted, right?
To keep calm is what
keep
she
calm.
said. It was one driver, and she did say she listens to music as she drives to keep herself calm. So, and we had that discussion with her, and it was, this part, music was not on there, so I included it.
And then as we go down into the item, can we scroll down to 23? Now they can't play music, but they can still be a parent or watch their child when they're driving.
Their child has to be in a car seat or old enough to sit in the seat, preschool age.
I'm all for, to accommodate, but, you always hear those ads saying things like, drivers are now doing everything else except driving. And so that's what comes into mind when I see this.
So let me elaborate a little bit on this. So our drivers understand that that they know that they can't take advantage of this, and mainly this would be like a last resort. So I have maybe one or two in our whole department that sometimes brings a child because they couldn't find a babysitter. So,
and then most importantly, I would have liked to hear as far as legally, is this good for our insurance? And but that's not noted, that wasn't said, and so that's why I'm asking who was the team,
that's a good question, because I don't have an answer to that. All I know is that this was put in place maybe 25 years ago. It's been there for a long time. So,
well, I commend you to update and not just copy and paste, but again, I say that, even 6 years ago, things have moved along to where it's more complex, and it's not as simple. And so I for one, I would want to pass something that could legally hurt us.
I can look into it. I can look into it and let you know.
And then bring it back, and then we can go over it again.
Okay.
Thank you.
Comment.
Mr. Wells, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Ms. Theodore, in regards to this policy change, has this been reviewed by our insurance carrier? What is their input in regards to the changes that have been made?
No,
Are we,
it has not been.
I guess, in that sense, are we meeting the not, I don't want to say minimum qualifications, but the standards that are with our insurance company? And then I also would like to have the policy again reviewed by the board.
Okay. Again, this policy is not new. It's been in place for, before my time. So we're just making some word changes. We're taking out stuff that's outdated, and there's not really any changes to it other than like item 30 that I added on there. So.
But that doesn't make it right.
And the last board approval was 2020, so it's still the same.
Yeah,
Superintendent, again, it doesn't, because it's been passed, because it's we're just adding or editing, doesn't make it right. And again, I go back to things have become more complex, and so with our insurance, it's that's the big question there. Why isn't our insurance seeing our policy and or they can say yay or nay.
I have a comment.
Mr. Montoya, then Mr. Saul.
I think one way to remedy this is to at least have, at minimum, our general counsel, who actually used to work for Transportation Department for the state of New Mexico, and should have a good grasp of it. Just again, just to look at it, dot the i's, cross the t's, to ensure that everything is copacetic. Obviously, some of the changes are very minimal. I don't think anything is going to be any violation of any transportation laws in the state of New Mexico or nationally at the federal level as well. So at least having the general counsel look at it to ensure that language is applicable and it is going to satisfy that minimum. Ms. Asmus's point, not satisfy her, but certainly her questions regarding the insurance agency and
Okay.
and how that works.
Okay, just to note that, all, up to item 30 to that last one, that's policy. The rest of it is not policy, it's procedures.
Sure. I mean, I've already taken a look at this policy or the procedures. A lot of this stuff, to me, looks really minor, minimal, and it's really just updating existing policy and procedures that are already in place. And having gone through each of these ones, none of them looks earth-shattering, or the world's not going to come to a stop because of a minor change in that regard. Most of these, like, it's just really adding like offenses to the parent consent. I mean, these are all like internal stuff within our districts, like student scan cards. I don't think the district, I assume, has barely adopted those.
Mm-hmm. And the parent, the staff. Yeah.
So to me, like, a lot of these are just procedural type stuff. But for the most part, this is our current policy that's on the books. I don't recall a time when an insurance carrier has had to put their blessing on this type of policy. And if so, when did they do that with our current policy? Because I don't like to add on additional stuff that's not necessary if we don't have to do it in that regard. But some of the stuff are definitely common sense that are part of, like, defensive driving, not wearing a hoodie. That's why would someone be opposed to that? Or having earphones. That's defensive driving 101. They tell you you can't have earphones in the ear. That's a distraction. So like, some of these are common sense. So I'm okay with that. I mean, these are internal for the most part. I don't personally. I don't have any major problems or issues with it. Just thank you for the update.
May I?
You may.
So, you know, up here as a board member, it's not personal. What I'm looking at is the legalities, and then also we do have a union, and so again, you're saying that it's a distraction with earphones and headphones, and then as a parent, you know, to have a child in the vehicle, you know, your concerns and your focus is in two places now, and then not only that, the students, 3 places, and the road. And so, and then I think with the union side of it, with equity and how many teachers are allowed to bring in their kids in a seat to their classrooms, how many other positions are they allowed to do that? So, you know, I'm asking those questions, and I'm not here to make anybody's evening, but, you know, those need to be asked, and I go with Board Member Montoya, and it doesn't hurt for our board attorney to look at this, and then you know.
I do have a question real quick. So the board attorney when these things get posted to the board docs? Isn't that part of her responsibility to look at the stuff?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay.
Oh, that's why I asked you, where does this policy lay? If it's with the CCSD, which, you know, that's when it comes into our hands, but
Okay.
that's just a suggestion. Ultimately, I don't know if, superintendent has a different way to address this.
Okay.
But the biggest question is, the insurance part of it. And, again, union.
So I have a question. So the department, the policy is just a department procedure. So the rest of it is procedure, it's not policy. Can I continue with that one?
Oh, absolutely. I would just go through your presentation, and again, from what I've suggested and to what Ms. Aspis has alluded to, it's not gonna hurt anything to have our general counsel look at it.
I understand.
It's really not. So again, to me, dot the i's, cross the t's.
But for time's sake, I mean, if you wanna stay here, go, by all means, do it. But.
Well,
you
what
know,
I'm
wait.
asking is if I can go ahead and finish it out, just the procedures part of it.
Please do.
That way, when I come back, I can just do the short part of it that you were asking about.
Okay.
So I could finish the rest of it.
That doesn't guarantee that I don't find fault with the rest of it.
Fair enough.
Okay, section 3, this is off of, our procedures. And I just changed 5 days to 3 days. This is when the SPED department, calls for an IEP meeting. We were requiring 5 days to refigure our routes or figure out our new addition. And so now to me, 5 days is, a little too long, so I changed that to 3 days. Bus stops, this one, it's just revised saying that no bus stop will stop at any undesignated stops, meaning a business, a convenience store, daycare that's not part of the district, or any out of boundaries. And then students are not allowed to board the bus from one school and unload at another, for example, from elementary to high school.
Is there a reason behind that?
Yes. Liability.
How come it's not stated?
I can put it in there. Okay.
Because that same incident happened, and you know that, superintendent, and it did become an issue.
Which is why it's in the policy now, or the procedure.
Yes. Okay, move on. Under section 4, I added the sponsor will travel on the activity bus, and ensure that there is a school employee or other than the bus driver on each bus while students are on a trip. So we've had reports where the bus came back empty with just the driver, or the bus came back with no coach, no sponsor, just the students and the bus driver. So that's why these were added in there. And then another one was to assure that the appropriate music or material is played by students when they're on activity trips. A seating chart, that was put in there. And then taking a role each time students load and unload, like if they have to stop somewhere, the sponsor or coach will be responsible for making sure that all their students are back and in place before the bus leaves.
I have a question.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Under 2, sponsor will travel on the activity bus, define sponsor.
Coach, sponsor, the people that take care of, sponsors, class sponsors, like little
So
groups.
let's just say that I know towards the end of the school, especially with the elementaries, they'll have a principal day. And the principal will take A and B honor roll students. So that principal is the sponsor, correct?
Either that or the teachers that go on
If
the
it's
trip.
principal, then it should be the principal and not the teacher, because the teacher's not a principal.
Okay.
That's why I'm clarifying the language, the
Yeah.
use of the language. If you say sponsor, that's who should be on that bus, because I've heard that there have been individuals who were, per the definition of sponsor is stated, that weren't on buses, and that's important.
And there, it also slash chaperone.
Yeah.
So there's all kind of.
Okay, I can fix that. Okay. And then 4, a reminder that the allowable travel time, there's no travel between 1:30 and 5 a.m. And this really needs to be stressed to our, again, our coaches, our sponsors, chaperones. So, because we continuously get trips of returning after this time or wanting to leave before 4 o'clock in the morning, so. Okay, then number 5, trip will not be charged. Our time will not be charged to the trip if we're short on a bus driver and we have to take a team to Tibbetts or Farmington from Kirtland. So we would say, okay, we're gonna have that bus driver take the team up to Tibbetts, drop them off, and return back to do their regular to and from route. We will not charge them for making those double runs. Okay. And then I put in there number 6. Buses will not travel more than 500 miles radius from Newcomb, Shiprock, or Kirtland. Under student regulation, I've included skateboards, scooters, or wheel shoes are not allowed. And then students are allowed to transport items, including musical instruments, but they've got to be placed in the student's lap or in front on the floor. There should be no articles in the driver's compartment in the front, or not on the blocking the aisles or exits. And they can't, if they have a large instrument, they can't put it next to them to take up space from another student. Number 8, student drop-off procedures. I changed that to just say all preschool and elementary students and special needs. So that is our consent, where we need to have somebody there to receive the child, the student, when they're taken home in the afternoon. If there's nobody there, then we take them back, return them back to the school. But the parent there's a form that we have, which is a parent consent. The parent can sign that saying that they give us permission to drop their student off if there's nobody there. And sometimes that there's either a parent inside or a neighbor that they give consent to receive their child. Number 9 is student scan cards. Students are required to scan on and off from to and from route. This does not include after school, or it does not include activity trips. This is just to and from. And this program is for student safety and accountability. It helps locate and allows parents and staff to access bus information. They're given ID cards, and if they, students, they don't have to carry their scan card. They can take a photo of it and use that when they scan on and off. Then number 10 is the parent bus quest app that got put on our website, and that's just instructions on how to download the bus quest app from your mobile phone, so that, and then you create an account so that you can access your student information. The rules, that change there was important bus rules. And then this one was just the formatting that changed. It used to be down at the end, and I moved it up to the front for the consequences, the offense, first, second, and third offense. Again, the student scan card is on the bus rules because that's a separate form from the one that I previously just went over, student drop-off procedures, that's the same one, it's just on a different form. So, also, unauthorized riders, stops, or boarders. Driver cannot accept any notes, telephone calls, or text messages authorizing students to be dropped off at a different location other than their regular bus stop. So we have to have a note, and it's got to be signed by the principal saying that, you know, this has been approved. So, and zero tolerance policy, that illicit drug, I took that out. And put in threats, possession of, or use of weapons, and the use of tobacco, drugs, alcohol, controlled substances, or possession of lighter and matches are not permitted. And if the student suspects that a student is, or if the driver suspects that a student is under the influence, they are not allowed on the bus, and the driver will immediately report the incident to the administrator or transportation director. And most of the time, these LSAs. Transport of item, that's the same one that I talked about earlier about skateboards and carrying musical instruments. So, well, actually this one has glass items, balloons, and baseball bats. So these are some of the things that we have to deal with during holidays or birthdays, and so we make sure that our students are safe. Vandalism is a criminal damage. A student may not ride the bus until restitution has been made. So we're willing to work with students. For example, we had one child that broke a window this year. Grandma's got guardian, so she came and she said, I can't pay for it. I don't have the means to pay for it. So with the principal and myself and the grandma, we made an agreement that the student is going to clean the tables after lunch every day to pay for his, you know. So he did that for a week, and, you know, he was able to get back on the bus. So, I mean, we work with him. So, let's see. Then school bus rules down on number 1. The rules is that their students are supposed to be at the bus stop 5 minutes prior to the bus arriving, but during the winter months when it's cold, it's too cold for them to be standing out there. So we're allowing them to stay in their vehicle until the bus pulls up, as long as they're not having the bus wait for them. So they can jump out of the vehicle when the bus pulls up. So, and then down at the bottom, just that little paragraph there, I took that part out. I'm removing that and then adding initials by the parent and student saying that they understand that they've got to comply with our bus safety procedures. And if like there's a severe infraction, you know, it'll list they just basically are signing saying that they understand and they will comply with our rules, our bus rules. So that completes.
Again, may I?
Yes.
So again, who's the committee, who's all the people that went through this?
Our whole department.
Who's that?
Our bus drivers. I have
yourself and
myself, my bus drivers. We have professional development. We pull up our whole book. This is just a few pages. We have our entire book. And so during our professional development, we went through page by page, paragraph by paragraph, and with all the drivers, the bus aides, mechanics, and going through updates and what to change, what to add. So
can you go scroll back up? Some more. On that, well, it's right there. Go back up. on the students that have instruments and if it's a large instrument, they can't put it on the seat. Usually a rule or policy is usually retroactive and or reactive to something, and why is that?
Yeah, I want to explain this.
Because, you know, those instruments, you know, they're quite expensive, and then on top of that, you know, just
So we've had instances where Johnny didn't have a place to sit because Billy brought his big old tuba or whatever, you know, and put it on next to him. So that was Johnny's assigned seat. So, you know, we have to make room. And so, and I know that like here, the principal or the band teacher here is really, he's good with working with our department. So like the parents will transport the instrument to the school, and it stays at the school. And the smaller stuff, yes, those are fine, you know, as long as they can keep it on their lap or in front of them. So as long as it's not taking up space from somebody else.
so, Superintendent, do you hear anything, or was this brought to your attention before?
About the band instruments?
Well, about instruments taking up space, I mean, where are our buses overloaded with students?
They have been, and that's just been policy for quite a while.
And then when you think about it, you know, we provide transportation, and we get funding from that for our students, and it sounds like too bad, tuba player, you know, you're not gonna be able to practice as somebody that can carry an instrument in their lap. You gotta keep your instrument at school. That's what I hear, and I really think there needs to be some input, and somebody that's not just gonna sit there and go along, I mean, that are gonna pose these questions and see the other side of it, either the parent side or the student side and the safety side.
So that's why we have our bus registration form, because the parents read this and then they sign it and date it saying that they reviewed this, so they know that, you know, it's there.
And again, you know, we're starting a new school year soon, and you know, the people, it's strict, you know, and you know, just when the parent was requesting her student be dropped off, and so that she was allowed to do her job at a different school, you know, that became a whole big issue. And yet bus drivers are they can take their child along and perform their job. So, you know, we need to start asking questions.
Sounds to me like Johnny is parking his tuba next to him to be belligerent to somebody that he doesn't want to sit by him. Aside from the safety issue of that large instrument either getting damaged or banging around, becoming an object projectile. If you can hold it on your lap, you can hang on to it. If not, it can pose a hazard.
And is this the policy too that, we wanna add that, I guess we haven't really determined or defined who sponsor is, but I was asked to go along on a field trip before, but I brought up that, our chaperones are required for background checks. So is this where we need to add that?
It is in there.
So
It's in there.
Yeah, I think that's covered in other parts of policy where,
It's in
if
section
it's,
4,
yeah.
student activities.
So how often has the tuba issue come up? Because I mean, for me, I used to be a band student myself. I had instruments, but I've seen tubas. They're big, so that kind of makes sense. Like,
So they ship them in transport them in a different vehicle.
yeah.
Maybe twice a year.
Yeah, it just seems that we're trying to encourage our students and that student Johnny chooses an instrument like a tuba or something bigger but the ones that choose flutes and clarinets and things like that are able to practice and get better at their playing than tuba. Tuba Johnny.
From Tuba City. So, my point for, if I may, Mr. Wells,
Go ahead.
is in respects to what Ms. Aspas has brought up, going all the way back up into section 2 and then down to section 4. And again, I know there's no action on it, but I certainly would feel a lot more comfortable if we had our general counsel just look at the language to ensure that everything's copacetic. Because if and when something happens, and again, it's nothing with you or anybody else that looked at this from your committee, but we all know, as a board sitting here and individuals, we live in a sue-happy society, that it's not just the policy that somebody looks at. They will scrutinize every little detail that we have in written form, whether or not it says department policy and procedures. That can and will be used against the school district and this board because something happened, and again, it's not to say that no one will ever try, but we certainly need to mitigate any chances, and I would feel much more comfortable, even just with a review from our general counsel to look at it and have her legal opinion of the verbiage that is in here. Because one of the ones as we were talking, I was looking at, when you look at item number 30, bus accident discipline. In this event of preventable accidents, the following will be followed. And then you go 1, 2, 3, and 4. And again, to Ms. Aspas's point, is it copacetic with the union and progressive discipline, those types of things that need to be taken into consideration. So that's my my opinion, my 2 cents worth in regards to this document. Even though there are no actions to be taken on it, I would just feel more comfortable if we had our general counsel look at it.
Okay, all right. Just a comment. They say the bus is an extension of the classroom,
Absolutely.
So it is,
Yeah,
yeah.
absolutely.
So we gotta have something in place.
Understood.
Yes, thank you.
And that something in place needs to be bulletproof to the highest possibility.
But, again, I go back to that word personally. It protects you, it protects as department head, it protects the drivers, and, everybody's happy. But right now, I think there's some things that really need to be looked at and, legally.
Thank you, Ms. Theodore. Item C, New Mexico New Mexico MSSA assessment results by Amy Conley and Jerry Harold.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Carlson, colleagues, and community. We are here, Mr. Deswood and I are here to present the CCSD state test data. So I've listed the testing acronyms for your reference. The NMMSSA stands for New Mexico's Measures of Student Success and Achievement. The NMASR stands for Assessment of Science Readiness. On this first slide, we're displaying the MSSA, which is our ELA and math proficiency. You could see the yellow is our ELA. We listed district and state, and our red is the math proficient and advanced. So district ELA is at 31%, and our district math is at 17%. That is an increase from last year. Last year's ELA was at 25, so we showed an increase of 6 percentage points. Math increased 3 points.
If I could add something to that. We were meeting with principals today, and those two numbers, the 31% and the 17%, are the highest they've been in the 10 years.
Say that again, it's the highest what?
It's the highest they've been in since 2015 to 2025, district-wide.
Yeah, I was actually looking at New Mexico Vistas, and these are significant improvements, especially looking at what the math scores are compared to what they are now, and of course the ELA. So I would love to see what the breakdowns are by different schools and by grade levels.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So, you said from 2020 to 2025?
Yes, 2015 all the way till 2025 for the current year. Yes.
Yeah, and this assessment was given in the spring of 2025.
So, obviously, these are the aggregates for each grade, and to Mr. So's point, my question would be, when can we see the breakdown in the individual schools?
In just a few seconds. Okay, so here we have by grade level. This is the ELA and math proficient and advanced numbers. So third grade, 25% are proficient. That is an increase of 11 points from last year. I guess I could do math at the same time. So third grade math is at 12%, which is the same as last year. Fourth grade, 34%, that's an increase of 8%. Math, 18%, we increased 5 points from last year. Fifth grade, ELA, 28%, that's an increase of 6. Math, 24%, that's an increase of 3. Sixth grade, 30%, that's an increase of 2. Math, 24%, that's an increase of 3. Seventh grade, 28%, which is a 1 point increase. Math, 17%, which is a 9 point increase. Eighth grade, ELA 44%, that's a 10-point increase. And 8th grade, the 9%, that's actually a 1-point decrease. It's the only decrease on here.
Why is that?
Those are some of the things we're gonna be talking about with principals. We're bringing them in next week to disaggregate their data and so they can start to write their 90-day plans. More than likely, it's the math textbook adoption is happening this coming year, so they're gonna be picking a new high-quality instructional material. So the material that was purchased from the previous cycle, which was seven years ago, Jerry, for adoption. So then those materials might be out of date.
I've got a question. Obviously, you see a downward trend, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Right? Is that what I'm looking at? In the math scores?
So
24, 17, and 9.
But it does look like it's a downward, but they're different grades. Like Amy
I
said.
understand that, but that's my point. Is it's dropping off on each grade? And to the question of, obviously, and you answered that. Looking at and knowing and understanding the importance of the math, and you talked about the outdatedness of some of the materials. What about the quality of instruction in and of itself, or as you've heard me harp on before, that foundational math in the earlier grades? You see that slight increase, and you can see and understand that happens year in and year out, and then it starts dropping off again. So something is happening between those two grades to account for that disparity. It just doesn't happen just because a book is outdated. Teacher efficacy?
Yes, that could be possible. Yeah.
Okay.
And of course, 7th and 8th grade is in middle school, so that could play a factor.
Hence the question.
I was actually an 8th grade math teacher for a few years, and believe it or not, we always saw the lowest math scores in 8th grade. And a lot of people commented about the curriculum, the standards we teach in 8th grade, and how difficult they are. Just some information I've heard in the past.
Just as a question, but should we accept that as a norm within the district?
No, it shouldn't. But,
Okay.
but Amy is right. Like, so when the Common Core shifted, a lot of the standards that were high school shifted down. In fact, whenever we all from, if you went to school in the 90s, 98s, before 2000, a lot of the stuff that we learned shifted down. So what was taught in 9th grade algebra, half of that content ended up shifting to 8th grade. So there's a lot of times people are saying, the research kind of shows that kids aren't particularly ready to tackle half of algebra yet, which is half of the content for 8th grade, for example, like graphing linear equations, graphing, looking at rates and proportions, right? Our students have a hard time struggling. I think if you look at it compared to the state average as well, 9, the state average is probably about 30-ish%. I think, did you have that on here for 8th grade?
Superintendent, in respects to what he's saying, it's kind of what I was saying at the last board meeting about some of those scores and the introduction to that material in earlier stages, to where you have somebody who's in the 5th grade and they're starting to introduce algebra or a little bit higher level math in 5th grade or even 4th grade or even 3rd grade. Again, it's challenged those students sooner than later and believing in their capabilities rather than, again, the soft bigotry of low expectations for a lot of these kids. And I truly believe they are more than capable of doing that when you have those teachers that are capable in those buildings to challenge them, see that, recognize that, and understand that, and then do that. Again, just my opinion.
No, we take that. I mean, we'll definitely take your sentiment, and we can definitely talk with principals and middle school principals about this and really dig deep into what's going on. I mean, like I said, we'll do item analysis with the with principals this coming week and write 90-day plans.
May I?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I know this is an ongoing discussion, and, but I like the term that was brought up at the time about throwing money. We keep throwing money at it, and the same results. And then you, as, you know, the expert in this area, you said that 8th graders, it usually shows this is normal. But those of us, or myself, you know, I go back to, I wonder how, you know, because when you have people, it's one thing to say you have a discussion, to say that you did have a committee, but how did that flow go? How did those discussions go? Was it, just as we saw with the presentation earlier, I did this, I did that, I took out this, I did this, and, you know, maybe it's just that, you know, maybe we're not, I know that it's always gonna be about money, but, you know, sometimes people just need to be heard and their ideas heard, and because, you know, a lot of them, they're the ones that are firsthand in there. And then even to the students, as we learned, you know, with I keep forgetting her name, your daughter, Cadence, you know, as we heard about the bilingual, you know, even something like that feedback. And then I wondered, you know, is that really being taken into consideration? Are we including these information, you know, and they may not use $10 word, $20 words, or what you want to hear, or the data or whatever, but still, they're the ones that are actually working with this. And so that's what I wonder, and I look at that.
So Ms. Hassowitz, just so you know, the teachers do PLC, and they talk about this with their colleagues. They disaggregate it, and then principals will have discussions with the teachers about what's working, what's not, and then what they can do differently, putting an action plan into place. That aligns to the 90-day plans for each school. And I think that's one thing that's unique is each school's 90-day plan is written based on the root cause analysis that the principal and their leadership team or teachers wrote. So there are actions in place for each of these schools to address why there's only a 9%. Right? And we're not happy with it, because like Amy said, for 9th grade it went down, or for 8th grade it went down from 10 to 9. So those are definitely conversations that we are going to have with our middle school principals.
Yeah, I just want to, to me, overall, all I got to say, I mean, just based on the overall aggregate data, test scores data, it shows that what is happening in a district that things are finally starting to come together, especially when you look at our ELA math test scores all across the district. Even at schools, I'm jumping to the next slide, Mesa, my gosh. Najoni also had, I mean, just compared to what you saw last year, these are, I kind of wish, like on this data piece, it would have been good to, like if you had, I'm not trying to criticize, but it would be good to see what the data was from last year, what it is now, comparison, because right now, it's just kind of, well, the snapshot now, but it'll be good to see the comparison from last year versus now, because now I'm having to go into Vistas just to do the comparison. Yeah,
Yeah, we went over that just today with principals.
yeah, and TBA had a 5% increase in math scores from last year, but they went back 3% on their ELA. And the other is the ELA for 8th grade. That's huge, 44%. That's nearly on average for 8th grade for the ELA math proficiency score.
That's correct. And I think the other thing too is we're looking at just the proficiency or advance.
Yes.
But we also have kids, remember in our report last month, you know, sometimes these kids will come in scoring in the beginning or what was the criteria at the very left side? Not met. And then through the course of the year, with the discussions that the principals have with the teachers and the teachers PLC and talking about what's working, what's not, and what needs to change. Like we moved those kids to the right. Yeah, it might have been 0 at the beginning of the year, but it ended up at 9 district wide. Of course, it's higher in some areas. Like look at KMS is at 18, you know, 10 at TBA. So we definitely need to look at Newcomb Middle School to see why it was only 6. Even though it's a smaller number of students, but that can pull that aggregate number down or average down.
So, to your point of which you just made, that's a aggregate of what grades?
So, the initial number was the entire district for
That
each of
one
the
right there
grades.
in front of you.
So for those are all the students in each school. So each school. So the aggregate of EBS is 31 for.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying, what grades does that signify? Third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade?
Yeah, 3rd, 4th, 5th.
So my initial question of this still is the aggregate of the school.
Correct.
But for the grade specific, 3rd grade individually, 4th grade individually, 5th grade individually, that's what I would like to see as well.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, maybe we can pull that.
That's why I initially asked the question. So,
yeah.
Okay.
And then it also looks like math scores doubled at Newcomb Middle School from 3% to 6%.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like it looks low, but they did increase.
Yeah.
So in order to see what it looked like, well, they increased by 5. Amy said. So if she was to go through this, you can see the differences. I mean, this is very similar to remember when we did beginning of year, middle of the year, end of year. So the PED says is about 0.74 correlated, which means 74% chance that it will happen again. So that's why we use that progress monitoring throughout the year, which those are the reports that the schools gave you all. So that's what we look at as an indicator of how our schools are going to perform. Like you identified Mesa, right? Remember last board meeting I said, based on these scores and the way the scores are with schools that exited school status last year, I would be very shocked if Mesa did not come off CSI status because of the amount of growth that they've had.
Mesa has gained 11 points in ELA and 8 in math.
They doubled their test scores big
Yes.
time. Good job to Mesa.
Yes, Ms. Jones has done a tremendous job over there.
Say again what CSI is.
Comprehensive school
Yeah,
improvement.
that's right. That means if it was the old system, it would be essentially F school.
So, so that's a rating from PED.
Yes, they give us,
Okay.
it goes more rigorous intervention, which career prep is. Then it goes CSI, Comprehensive School Improvement. Then it goes TSI, Targeted Support Intervention, which we have no schools on. We just have 2 schools on designation, just Mesa and career prep. But if you think about that, you look at our data each year, we've grown each year, 3%, 4%, 3%, 5% this year. That's the reason why, as we're increasing our schools across the district, these schools are now coming off of those those designations that the public education department gives us.
I'd like to highlight Newcomb Elementary School. They had the greatest increase of 14 percentage points in ELA.
Which one now?
Newcomb.
Newcomb, no, yeah, NES.
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 NES,
The largest gain for math was at Mesa for, with 8 percentage points.
And they also double their ELA scores. That's also huge as well.
Right. And keep in mind, when schools write their 90-day plans, one of the things that the PED says is that if let's say the school started at, let's say TBA, if when the teachers came in and the principals came in to write the 90-day plans, they did their data analysis and they saw red is 10%. So the PED thinks the stretch goal has to be 5%. That's considered stretch goal. So if you look at 22 for ELA, the stretch goal would be 27%. So if you look at these numbers, many of these schools have met that stretch goal. Okay, so whenever we write the ed plan for the district, the very first slides that we're at 30% as a district, our stretch goal for next year will be 35% as a district. We're at 17% for math, so our stretch goal will be 22%. So we keep upping that percentage. We didn't meet it, but we had growth. You know how they say, shoot for the stars, you might land among the moon. Well, that's kind of how this works out. I mean, we whenever the schools write those plans, it's all based on SMART goals, specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, or relevant, and then time bound. So that's how they write these goals, and that's with that and the accountability and the support from the board and the support from the departments, making sure, for example, ICO, we had some schools on school designation a couple years ago because their L's weren't achieving. So what do? Hey, we need support from ICO to go and talk about CLRI, talk about, you know, how like our WIDA scores, making sure that those are going up and providing strategies for L. So it's definitely like a group effort for this to happen.
We can move on to ASR, which is our science assessment. So this is 5th grade. You can see the comparison for ASR. Our range for 5th grade is 500 to 590. So Nosh Chitty had fewer than 20 students, so the data was not reported from the state last year and this year.
Define ASR.
That's our science.
Okay.
Yeah. So on the second slide, I listed those acronyms, Assessment of Science Readiness.
And the reason why there's not because if it's less than 5%, they won't post a score because it'd be easy to identify the 5 students.
So Nosh Chitty, less than how many?
They only have 7 or 8 students.
Yeah, under
in 5th grade.
It's called they mask, if the N value's below like 20, it's masked.
So how would you know where they're
Well,
at?
we can see it on our end, but the PED won't, like board member he said he looks at Vista scores, they won't show it, but whenever we talk with principals, we saw the data and we shared it with the principals today. They were able to look at it, and of course it's by school, because remember that information is for them to make decisions to help improve student outcomes. So that's how we're able to see those scores for it.
And then to the far right, you can see our district and state mean score.
So look, 49 were 6 points, 5 points below the state average for 25. In fact, today when we were presenting to principals for the Welcome Back, our gifted coordinator or coach who looks at all of the gifted classifications, And she was amazed at how many students scored advance to qualify for gifted services. So if you think about that indicator as well, if more of our kids are achieving in advance, that's an indicator. Those numbers are included in here. That's why we're seeing the percentages in those increases that we are seeing.
Next slide. This is our 8th grade science. The range for 8th grade is 800 to 890. And again, district and state are on the far right. And our last slide is 11th grade science, same thing. The range is 1100 to 1190, and on the far right, we have our district and state as well.
So aside from Newcomb High, look at those increases. Newcomb High just dropped from 1156 to 1154. 2 points. It does do it, yeah. But they have a smaller sample too. So we have work to do, right? But we have to celebrate that we're making progress, right? We're making progress, and you know, whenever you have your staff and like when they come back to school, like Mr. Carlson talked to the principals today too. He highlighted some of those. In fact, he pointed out that there was one grade level that had like 9% advanced and proficient, and then this year that next grade, as a 4th grade, went up to like 25 or 26%. It almost tripled their proficiency or advance, right? So just highlighting those. And the biggest thing that whenever we had conversations with principals that they said were teachers are they're just following the pacing guides that were created by teachers. In fact, Jerry and Roxanne pulled the teachers together, very similar. Linda and her team, they bring the language teachers to write pacing guides, and then the teachers follow those pacing guides using the state-approved high-quality instructional material, and then making sure principals are there, providing support, coaching teachers, and helping them improve. And that's kind of what we're seeing with these scores.
Yeah, if I could quickly comment. So when I did the comparison of how much growth we've had in ELA and math, ELA, there was when you calculate the points difference from last year, the district had a 19.2% increase in our ELA, and then it appears we have a 30.7% increase in math growth from last year, just raw numbers.
That is correct.
Huge improvement.
Yes. Well, like I said, when Mr. Carlson first came on, we had 11 schools on CSI status. Then we went to 6, then 2, and hopefully we're really trying to work with the state to get career prep off CSI status, but they need to hit 66% graduation rate, which for an alternative school is very difficult. I mean, it's 48% graduation rate, which is the highest it's been in the last probably 7 or 8 years. You know, we're doing the work. It's just the bar is so high.
Well, it shows improvement, and that's where we want to be headed.
That is correct, sir.
If it takes us a little longer to get there, but we're headed in the right direction. Thank you, Mr. Carlson.
Great job to all the teachers, staff, everyone that helped make this happen.
What do they say? Leadership matters, right? This is leadership right there. Thank you, board, for hiring Mr. Carlson.
I mean, what's also impressive to me is like Newcomb Elementary, even though that school is like way out there, they're on par with Judy Nelson and even some of the other schools that have that they're in the more urban areas, which is impressive. That shows you that despite where, even though that school is way out there, they have, there's something happening at that school.
That's correct. That's how Mr. Carlson uses his saying is, you know, that our kids can achieve at or above kids across the state of New Mexico, right? That's a perfect example of what Mr. Carlson always talks about.
And also the schools in Shiprock have shown
Yeah, I remember Time Mesa had a hard time, especially with that grading system.
You wanna know something else that's interesting? We have a school that has had 4 principals, 1 principal each of the last 4 years. But they're still improved, but they're still, they still have really good scores. And to be all honest with you, we're talking about Newcomb. Our principal was on leave for a pretty good portion. So that tells you the leadership of the school, right? The teachers and the efficacy of the teachers.
That's more important than anything else, is that teacher efficacy.
Well, I know, Mr. Montoya, you always talk about collegiality, right? Teachers PLC, right? That leads, Hattie said that leads to the most, that has the most impact on student learning, right? That's what we talked about PLC. I don't know if you remember, two or 3 years ago, we had a PLC conference right over here at Kirtland High, right? And that was the putting the bricks in place so that teachers are talking, right?
I imagine, and we all know that there's some buildings you can pull the principal out of, and that school will still do just fine, if not better than with somebody in there leading them, because they understand, and again, they trust one another, and they talk to each other. And to me, that's one of the biggest things that can kill the morale in a building, is dictate, rather than understanding and utilizing the talents and the ability of those individuals in that building that teach these kids. And that falls in line with what I've said earlier about challenging the kids. That takes somebody who believes in them. We've seen fine examples of that today. So differentiation.
Thank you. Go ahead. So one of the questions I also have is, in addition to this, which schools also, I mean, we've highlighted some of the positive, which schools that are listed also were flatlined or some have regression?
8th grade math, TBA ELA had a decrease of 2 points. Judy Nelson math decreased 11 points. Those are the only 2 decreases.
Okay.
And of course, at Judy Nelson, we did go through, I think they have a whole new 3rd and 4th grade team. So we're definitely trying to get them back on board. And we had a conversation, I had a conversation with the principals yesterday and the teacher, and they were like, well, we've got to do something different, right?
Definitely.
I think the other thing is you all holding, you know, our feet to the fire, right? Asking difficult questions, questioning the data. Like those reports, we needed approval last month for those CSI, right? Asking those tough questions about this stuff, because then when you ask us, we can go and ask the schools, the principals, and then in turn the principals can talk with the teachers about this.
So when can we expect to see the breakdowns in the actual schools for the grades?
I can send those tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
You're
Appreciate it.
Great. Could you also do the comparison of the state average and then some of the other like typical stuff that that showed in Vista? like the socioeconomic status, gender, how our district is by the district average, by grade level, and then the other is by how we compare to the state. That way you
Yes.
have some sort of benchmark of how we're doing and how much of a gap we've closed.
Yes, and I can break that down even further for ELA and math.
But this just good news to see. Especially with a lot of the schools that are like on the reservation Shiprock area that shown tremendous improvement, especially in Shiprock. Mesa was way, wow, I'm just impressed, thank you. And to me, these are like the sort of success stories that we should be telling to our communities and stakeholders about what the work that our district is doing, because to me, a lot of that word, that messaging is not out there. And this type of information is, I think it's enough to cause people to start believing in our schools, rather than shipping them off to Farmington.
Yeah, I think we need to buy that sign and put an advertisement on that sign over there.
Like, I had a conversation with Ms. Westbrook, and she says she's signed some quite a few out-of-bound waivers, right? So that's bringing kids back.
And then a lot of this, parents don't even understand, that the many acronyms, and it's only through discussions like this, not in board docs, that they're able to see what kind of improvements, what kind of things that are happening, and that our schools are doing good, doing better.
Yep, so I think with that said, I mean, it's going back to the messaging and just the information that has to go back out to Jared or whoever, that it's being able to show or communicate these improvements out to our stakeholders, to the parents, to our chapters, all the people that show that our schools are making dramatic improvements. Because right now, I don't think a lot of that information is really communicated out there or told out there, or it's not elevated in that respect of the kind of great things our schools are doing now, and it looks like that things are starting to turn around.
Okay, if there's no more discussion, thank you.
One more. So, what did PED think of this? Do they give a response, or?
So they will. The school designation updates will come out here. I think it was end of August or September. We'll get. They put all the data into some type of Vistas calculator. It's very complex math, but it'll spit a number out, and then they'll let us know which schools are on status or exited. And then they do have a celebration. Last year they came to four of our schools and put a banner. Like TVA got a banner, Nijoni got a banner, Shiprock High received a banner, KMS received a banner, so they usually display those on the outside of their schools.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Next, item A. Report and possible board action on resolution determining the necessity for lease purchase of educational technology equipment by Mr. Satania. You can take your water with you in case you get dry.
Board members, Vice President Wells and Superintendent Carlson, and I believe President Haskey. Tonight, we're doing the next stage in moving our education technology note forward. Staff is recommending the approval of the resolution, which states that the resolution is determining the necessity for lease purchase of education technology equipment, estimate of cost, statement of source of funds for lease purchase payments, estimated tax rate, and directing district's municipal advisor and bond counsel to prepare lease purchase agreement for the district's acquisition of certain education technology equipment and establishing date for meeting to consider a resolution granting final approval for the lease purchase of education technology equipment. If you had a chance to look this over, on the second page, basically each section, section 1 through 11, is captured in that initial language. This is basically to inform the public of the intent and the final details, and to provide enough notification so that at the next board meeting, we meet the reporting requirements and then put it to a final vote. So this is actually just that you agree that these terms that we are putting to the public are agreed upon here today, and then a final vote will be made at the next board meeting. And I stand for questions.
Most of the language is pretty straightforward. It's,
Yeah. So the action is going to be able to accept the language that you have on it, correct?
Yeah, it would be a motion to approve the resolution
We'll wait
as
till,
presented.
we'll wait till Mr. Wells gets back here.
Okay, sounds good. No questions?
Pretty straightforward.
Okay. I think it is important to note that in section 8, there needs to be notice of a special meeting, which is the August 14th board meeting, and will be published once a week for the 2 weeks immediately preceding the August 14th in a newspaper, having general circulation in the district. So there are reporting requirements, and that this vote tonight actually starts the clock. So that next board meeting is very important that we keep that date, or if for any reason it was to be moved, that it be moved earlier, not later, to fall within that 3 to 4 week range to make sure that we're following state law. The other thing that I can report on is that I was at the New Mexico Finance Authority at their board meeting this morning, and our proposal was approved by the board today. So they are aware of the terms that have been presented, and this is the next step.
This resolution was created by you only, or?
No, this resolution was put together by our municipal bond attorney, and also working hand in hand with our municipal bond advisor. So our municipal bond advisors, who we hired a couple of months ago, Stiefel, that we replaced RBC with, and our municipal bond counsel is still Cuddy McCarthy. They've been our municipal bond counsel for quite some time on these matters.
Does our municipal attorney know in depth our district?
Yeah, they've worked with us. Steve, how many years have Cuddy McCarthy represented us? They've been around for a while.
Good evening. Actually, this is Carlos Padilla. I'm on the call. Just so you all know, we've all met before and worked together at the School Law Conference, so I'm well acquainted with Central Consolidated. How are you all this evening?
Who is it?
This is Carlos Padilla.
I can understand.
Carlos Padilla, he's with Cuddy McCarthy.
Okay.
We've met at the School Law Conferences a few different times.
Not to muddy things, but I think our board attorney has a insight or a vision that we share, 5 of us. And So to me, I feel like, was any of this shown?
Shown to her?
Mhm.
Yeah. Yes, there was a point in time after we got through with our municipal bond attorney that once we talked about bringing it to this meeting, at some point it was brought and also reviewed by our board attorney.
And then, at some point, I think, you know, as far as financial situations, I don't know, what, I mean, we reviewed, unique trip requests, you know, the dollar amounts and, you know, the budget, the money spent, and I think before we gave you that to where you were able to make some decisions alone, and, but I feel like in the future, I hope you're not taking advantage of that, because, we have our board attorney, and then on top of that, there's 5 of us, and, anything occurs, you know, that I think, again, I go back to our board attorney seems to know what our vision, 5 collectively vision, and, so, and knows that, you know, that money is a factor, and try to support you, but I hope you're not taking advantage of that. It's, calling your own shots on attorneys and things like that. So.
This attorney was in place well before I got here. The only thing that I brought to the board, which was approved by the board, was concerns about RBC, our previous advisor, which after discussions with the board, they agreed, and I think that those concerns had been around for a while. My recommendation was to replace them with Stiefel, which Stiefel, in partnership with our previous board, you know, our municipal attorney, who again was there before I even came, you know, they've been doing a great job on our behalf, and ultimately have been looking out for our best interests in terms of, you know, when we originally passed the first resolution, which was to move forward with an ed tech, which the board decided as well. So this is logistic, you know, this is you know, consistent. This is consistent with what I believe the vision of the school board was, which is to maintain the mill levy rate, not have it drop. This is the one thing that will allow us to do that without having to, with the missed opportunity to have issued a general obligation bond in the last year, and then also consistent with this vision of that we continue to maintain our mill levy rate and bring funds to build, and also again, as we provide technology over this next year, to build schools where needed. And that general obligation bond has also been decided by this board as we move forward. So I think that yeah, I think this is good for the district, and ultimately it is your choice to criticize and choice to approve it. But I stand here for any questions that you have.
Well, it's not a choice, as elected officials. You know, we, again, I just go back to, we granted that before, but, I just hope it's not being taken advantage of, because anything goes awry, we are the ones that are going to take it.
Board members, in response to that question, is a very good question. Mr. Satenia did reach out to me. We did have a very good conversation about this evaluation and analysis. I read through the legal analysis from our bond counsel. In your confidential board docs, you've got a legal analysis. And so I just wanted to say publicly that we did work together on this, and it's a good deal for the district. With that, I can stand for questions.
So with that, I'd like to make a motion to accept the resolution in respects to the lease purchase of educational technology and equipment.
And I will second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded that we accept and move ahead with that recommendation. Mr. Montoya?
Yes.
Ms. Aspas?
Yes.
Mr. Sol?
Yes.
Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Mr. Satania, thank you.
Thank you.
For your work.
That bond is, or that resolution is passed. Report and possible board action on affirmation agreement concerning the placement of University College students, and board action by Tanya Amrine.
Amrine.
Amrine, I apologize.
Tanya's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I have an MOU that is between us and Indiana University for student teachers, teacher residents that will cover the school district and the university for the next 4 years, if you should approve. Pretty standard, talks about who is eligible, the requirements that, or the, what the university will offer, what the district needs to offer. Talks specifically about background checks, which we do with all of our student teacher candidates. Pretty straightforward. Do you have any questions? I know you got
Don't
one.
say straightforward.
It's,
Well,
a lot of this, it's cookie cutter.
pretty typical.
Yeah, it's standard language.
Common language for such a document.
Yes.
Okay, I'll let everybody know. You know, I feel confident if we have a legal backing. And again, I go back to our board attorney. She has the vision of all us 5, and so if you guys would include and then go from there, instead of making it sound like it's just copy and paste and or something from 2020 just kept passing it along, you know. That's what it sounds like to me, and I don't like having to go word for word, and you know, I would hope that that would be respected of the board, because even that document that was up there, it said in parentheses, the board and the district. And so, yeah.
Okay. So it's not copy and paste as in we run this through for every college and university. It's standard in practice for student teachers in facilitating that relationship between a district and the university.
And it's just that paragraph there?
Which paragraph? The first one?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Are you planning to go further, or?
I hit the highlights. Do you want me to expand?
And those are the changes, or?
No, this is a renewal.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't say that. Yeah, so Indiana University, we have had a partnership with them for the last 4 or 5 years. I'm not exactly sure how long it's been. They primarily place student teachers in Newcomb Middle School and Newcomb High School, focusing on that area. Teachers in the spring, and these particular teachers stay at the boarding school that's south of there. What's that boarding school? But anyway, yes, yeah, totally in a boarding school. And then they drive to our schools and student teach during the day. They also, this particular university, provide student teachers for the BIE schools in the area, but since they're so close, we partnered with them as well.
that, can I make a motion to approve? You can make a motion.
Second.
All right.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve extending this, can I say that?
Renewing.
Renewing, thank you, with this university. Mr. Montoya?
Yes.
Ms. Aspas?
No.
Mr. Sol?
Yes.
Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
C, report on possible board action by recent increase for district housing and updates to housing policies by Rodney Armenta and Dominic Satania.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Mr. Carlson, Superintendent, President Haskey, Vice President Wells, Secretary So, Member Aspas and Montoya, community, those online. Thank you for giving us this time. I'm here to present with Dominic Satania in regards to updating our policy for the housing department. Oh, thank you, sir. In our cabinet meetings and in talks with the departments and looking at our housing revenues, it was determined that the rate of increase of the homes that are rented by our staff for the school district has not been increased in the last 10 years. And looking at a way to help offset the cost of repairs and the cost of what we're putting into the homes, this was discussed between the cabinet and proposing an increase to the rental fees for our homes. We have 129 total homes in the district. They're separated throughout the Navajo Reservation. We have one home in Ojo Amarillo, and then the rest are located in Shiprock, Newcomb, and in Nashchiti. And so this information that Mr. Satania handed you is a breakdown. We worked on it collaboratively to show, the left-hand side will show what the previous rates were, and then it'll show what the increase is in aspects with the $150 increase. Go ahead. And Mr. Satania did draw up with showing the differences in the revenues on the housing units, breaking it down between the apartments, the houses, and then the new housing. That's how we have them designated within our department. Actually, Mr. Satania went a little further and looked at the salaries and benefits of what it takes for our staff to maintain those homes. We do have an on-call. We have night calls. We maintain these homes 24/7. We do take call-outs for them. The gas, the propane, we're working now with the finance department of breaking out all the utilities. We had some that were on a main meter. We're actually getting them on their own meters to actually see what the housings per unit is actually costing the district. So these are some average of what the expenses versus the income. And so I know Mr. Satania can elaborate more on the revenue side, and so I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Satania.
So one of the things I'm going to have Rodney come back and talk about is the increase in repairs and replacements, and even just total renovations over the last years. And one of the things that I want to emphasize of why this came up is, again, we're trying to assess areas where we're operating at a loss or at a deficit, and to address those, start to address those. So the most important point that I want to leave you with is that rent for our housing has not ever been increased in more than 10 years. It has maintained through COVID, through rising inflationary periods. The cost of maintaining these homes has increased, and it's something that I discuss with the superintendent and just started to take a look at what are our actual costs associated with running our housing and what type of revenue. Now, we obviously are not here to generate a profit off of our housing. We are trying to use our housing to attract teachers and people into this community to support our students. And we understand that as the goal, and we want to maintain that. With that being said, what you're seeing here is right now with the letter that you're looking at, you can see the existing prices for, we have apartments, houses, and what we're calling our new houses. So the apartment and houses are some of our older existing properties, and then we have our new houses, which total about 35 between two areas in the district. On average for the apartments, we're seeing that it's about $450 between a 1, 2, and 3 bedroom option. For the houses, we're seeing that it's an average about $500 per month between a 2 and 3 bedroom houses. And for the new houses, it's on average currently about $550 a month. That does not include a $25 trash fee. So when you calculate that we have if you'll go back, sorry, we jumped. We have 64 apartments, 30 houses, and 35 new houses. Based on those prices, we're currently generating $356,000 a year for apartments, $180,000 for houses, and $231,000 for new houses. Total income from our houses, and that number also does include the $25 trash fee, is roughly about $767,000. Now, what I want to next introduce you to is, while that does sound like a lot of money, when we start to consider how much it costs to actually run, and not all costs are calculated, this is just a general presentation to kind of get to the bottom point, which is we're still operating at a loss, but given that we haven't increased rent in more than 10 years, we believe that now is a good time to evaluate that and bring that to your attention. So salaries and benefits, currently right now we only have 2 positions. One is open that have served as carpenters to try to go in and make repairs. We understand that we're getting complaints from residents in terms of, a lot of our houses need repairs and it's taking time, and currently we have only 2 dedicated people for that, and one of them just retired. So with that being said, salaries plus benefits, so whatever their salary is and you add an additional 40%, that equates to $231,000. Water, trash, and electric for our houses run about $181,000. And gas and propane is a little harder to calculate in terms of understanding. The total bill for gas and propane last year was over $700,000. A good portion of that is our housing that uses that gas and propane. However, I took a conservative estimate of what portion of that bill actually is, which I calculated $235,000 to keep it simple. Total expenses for that is $647,000. Now, if you deduct that from our income, that leaves us with a net income of $120,000 left. Again, this isn't considering all the additional costs that actually in resources that we use to support that, other staff, in terms of processing paperwork and rental agreements, et cetera. We're not considering that here, and we're already at only left $120,000. Now, one of the things that Rodney can talk about here in just a second, and I can kind of make the conclusion, which is we know that we have as of right now, we know we have extensive repairs that need to happen on at least 8 homes. And we have 9 homes out of the 129 that we know need to be remodeled. And he can kind of talk to you about the costs and the increases and what it has taken. We have examples of what these prices are, and then I'll talk to you about how that wraps into these numbers.
Thank you, Mr. Satania. Great to have a co-presenter. This is nice. He does very well. He's great at this. So in the years past, looking back at to 2022 was one of the last times we had an extensive remodel down in Oshchity in the Newcomb area. And one of the homes, it was right around $117,000 to remodel the home, come in, do casework, do flooring, do drywall, do remodel of a restroom. The bathroom was remodeled, remodel of the kitchen, cabinets, everything. it was a full remodel. I believe it was a 2-bedroom, so that was 117,000. Flooring on an average, and we're using a vetted company that's through the CES. They've already been vetted through a co-op. So we've looked at getting the best price. It's a local company. It's on the flooring. We're looking anywhere from $8,000 to $12,000 a unit just to have the flooring put in. So a lot of our units, if they have old carpet or if it has the VCT tile like that's in the classrooms or in the school, we want the teacher that's in the home to go home and not have to stare at the same floor they stared at all day in their classroom. So we're upgrading the flooring, and that can be up to $12,000 depending on the size of the home. Painting has gone up tremendously. The paint, we're looking anywhere from 10 to 18 up to close to $20,000 to repaint just the interior of a home. So when we're talking a light repair, we're talking going in and maybe filling some holes from hanging pictures on the walls, maybe a little drywall repair, fresh flooring, and new painting in that amount of cost. And just in a light repair between the flooring and the painting, we're easily around $22,000 to $23,000 without any of our labor into it. So as Mr. Satania alluded to, these are just some of the numbers we got together from some of the past ones we've done. We did a small 1-bedroom in Nosh Chitty, and it was mostly masonry. It wasn't even drywall, and that home I believe was like a $55,000 remodel. So they have to. A lot of them companies, you know, they're traveling to and from. The motels. They put all that into the cost, and so it's just elevated throughout the years. So just to show you a little bit of where we're at and what we're facing, and in the labor that we have. We're trying to utilize our team as much as we can, our staff, but they're so busy on just the day-to-day upkeep of the homes. Some of them have just swamp coolers, some have refrigerated air. We have to do furnace checks, we do monthly PMs, we upkeep with the ground, the trees, the tree trimming. We try to make sure we try to forecast as much as we can. Fencing, you know, security. We want to make sure we try to bring in some lighting to make it, you know, safe for the tenants. Any of the roads that come in and out of the units, their driveways, their parking areas, drainage, storm drains, any erosion from. So there's a lot of factors that go into this. So we gave a general overview to try to just encapsulate what we're facing and to present it that way. So. That was what I wanted to give you on the repairs for extensive and for a remodel.
So what does that mean for our bottom line? You know, extensive repairs, given right now that we know of 8 houses that need to have extensive repairs, equate to about $120,000 right now at this point in time, based on historical amounts. Remodels right now, we know that 9 need remodeling, and that equates to about $1 million in total. So that puts us, you know, if prices continue to remain the same, that is, I should have put net loss, not net income. A lot net loss after repairs is it's costing us $1 million. Again, not including some of the other maintenance and check-in costs and other fees that are associated in labor that goes into running our housing. So if you can scroll back up to the top, thank you. So what we're looking at and what's being proposed tonight is increasing rent equally across all prices. The trash fee would remain the same, and the deposit amount would remain the same. So this would go just directly to, like for example, if the 1-bedroom was $500 or 3-bedroom was $500, it would now be $650 at an apartment. Trash would still be $25, and your deposit for your apartment would still be $500. Now with $150 added to each one of these prices, you can see on the right-hand side the adjustments. And if you'll go back to the other summary, thank you. On the last column, the proposed, you will see that difference will increase revenues for apartments to $471,000, houses $234, and new houses to $294. bringing our total income to $1 million over 767. Now, assuming none of our costs change, if you go all the way down, we're still operating at a loss, but we're only now at $767,000. So again, I know that I have considered right now that the average salary is $55,000, and the increase between a 4% increase from where they maybe were to now at being at $55,000, et cetera, is a big portion of taking that 4%. It's probably roughly about half. And we are aware of that. We understand the impact on those teachers, and at the same time, we have to find a balance where we're showing that we're not trying to make money here. We are just trying to offset some of the costs and do that in a fair and equitable manner. So with that being said, I stand for questions.
Question.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Out of those 129 units, how many are occupied that are not teachers?
That is a good question, and Ronnie can answer that. I know that he gets those types of.
Thank you. No, that's a great question, and I don't have the exact
Ballpark. Little League ballpark.
Under 10. So 118 with teachers. 119, somewhere in there. I'm thinking 10 that are not.
Okay, so they're devised and built to attract teachers, and we're not able to provide housing for at least 10 new teachers that come into the school district then. Pursuant to the math of 129 and 118 are occupied by teachers, that means it's 10 or 11 or not.
Currently, out of the 129 houses, we have 15 vacancies.
Okay.
So we're not 100% occupied as we've had them to capacity, and we have I believe that is in our policy that it is 2 teachers first, and that people know that, and if we have to move people out, then that is an understanding that not only it's primarily licensed teachers that we're trying to attract for the housing, and also with the departments and the conversations we have is some of the hard to fill positions. We do have some teachers that come in or that work as in the admin. I know, for instance, some of the departments have advocated for some of these the departments that are hard to find positions, if there's housing available, to bring people in to bring some of the culture and stuff like that. And we've never just said we're going to do it, but we know where our housing, we deal with HR as we're getting the new teacher applications in, and we want to make sure we're always looking to where we have housing available, whether they're going to be in Newcomb or Nas Chitty or in the Shiprock area. We make sure that we have accommodations for them. But that is a good question.
Because I know that was the whole intent and purpose when they were devised, and even 15, 20 years ago when I was working in there, that certainly was a question about individuals that are in those apartments that are not educators, or to your point of hard to fill administrative positions. I know I remember I'd made a comment one time about how nice it was to watch the superintendent actually walk to work when I was driving from other places. But having said that, I know that obviously when you just look at the flat rate of what's being charged versus what's in Farmington, and again, it does make it that much more attractive to bring people in here. And again, that's part of that competitive aspect of being able to have those things that are available for those teachers to come here within this district to teach. So certainly as much as possible, keeping it to where the educators are the priority. And I have made this comment before about certainly working with NHA, the Navajo Nation, to, if we have support staff that need housing, try to work with them to be able to provide that for them and through them, so they can also have
Yes, sir. And that was my understanding as well with the agreement with the Navajo Nation Police Department as well, because they are occupying 2 of our homes as well. And so, that is a great point, Mr. Montoya, and it's noted. And I would like to also say that, you know, I think it shows that our departments, that every one of us in all the departments in our cabinet meetings, we're looking at all of our policies, we're looking at everything, and from the transportation policies, from our housing, from every different department, we're looking at it, and we're looking, and we're really not trying to do the cut and paste, and we're looking at trying to move things forward and get things to present times. And I know that just with being in the maintenance department, and as well as you know, and those have been around the district, the amount of calls that we get on them homes, and we want to make sure, we want them to know that we're responsive, and that we're going to be there, and we try our best to make sure that we take care of them on a day-to-day basis. But there's just a lot of things that happen, so we're trying to capture all that and to be able to maybe be more proactive, you know, get more work done to the home during the work days and during the weeks to prevent a lot of the major, but just in time. The homes in Newcomb and the ones down, they're old. They are very old. We've done everything we can to keep them up, and we have some tenants that have been in our homes 10+ years. You know, they're wanting to get remodels and floorings. We can't. You still live in the home. We can't come in there with it. You'd have to move out. You know, and we have people that have lived there for a long time, and we're trying to get in and do things to the home and make sure they're safe and make sure they're upkept and upgrade their heating systems and upgrade their cooling systems. And that's why you see some of the discrepancies or the cost in raises. Some of them, they're a little higher because they have refrigerated air. These have a swamp cooler. And we take all that into consideration. Like Mr. Satania said, we're not trying to make a profit. We're just trying to come back to just maybe have a little bit to offset what the district is paying.
May I?
Yes.
Maybe there's better ways than saying this, but I feel that as Board Member Montoya had said, you know, this was the attraction, and in a place where family index is pretty much less than 20,000, and we don't have a lot of the attractions, but I think the biggest one was home, was the houses or the apartments, and but before there was a raise given, and then that was swallowed up by inflation, and then now there's another raise given, and now it's going to be swallowed up by these increase, but we're told here that, you know, that it could be worse. You could go to Farmington, you could really see what, you know, what the rent is there. Yes, but and I feel like I don't know how the discussion came up, what prompted this, and we realize the costs. We realize there's we've talked about it before, about construction, about how much percentage it went up, but to me, I feel like we're taking the easy way and trying to make our teachers, our educators, to see that this is what we're dealing with. This is life. This is reality. instead of making legislatures see it, instead of, you know, getting our facts and figures together and say, you know, for PED and telling them, you know, this is what we're looking at. And I feel like we're taking the easy way. And and I know that there's some educators too that a lot of them, they don't build wealth even with what they do make, and a lot of it's shared in their supplies and, you know, and just the care for their students. And I just don't see it. And then, I mean, as we have a whole department, a whole financial department to go and ask for increases and to make legislatures, to make state understand that that we need this money, and to make these renovations. And as you pointed out, a lot of these homes are years old, and a lot of them are not, what's the word, efficient. And then utility costs. I know some of these, their meters haven't been separated, so it doesn't point out here how many are, you know, the rental with utilities, and how many the new houses are separate, or do they pay that on their own? And so that's not pointed out here. But
and if I could comment on that, Ms. Aspas, and thank you for what you're stating. The utilities, we've never charged them for utilities other than the trash. So that,
even for the new houses?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, so I didn't know that. And then, but I've been in the new houses and they are beautiful. And I mean, you talk about you know, the new updated design, they certainly had that. And but then again, you know, down south you have homes that are very old and I don't know. I don't, and the worst part is I don't have a solution. I don't know what is best, but I just think that we shouldn't be aggressive, or, you know, and just because we're not walking in those shoes or living in those homes. So I would say, you know, walk in their shoes. And, you know, where we always hear that with the teachers, the educators, and then, you know, what was brought up earlier about how many are not teachers, they're administrative, you know, and so there's that difference as well. So I don't know. I don't, right now I say no. I think we have a whole department. You know, that's what you said you could work with. And Mr. Satania, you said that's what you could work with, the amount of people, and to go out and secure, you know, these funds or these additional monies to help our district, help our teachers.
Any other questions?
Okay, so some quick facts. Rent has not been increased for the past 10 years. We've kept this level for quite some time.
Yes.
Utilities are put in with the rent. Is that correct?
That's correct. For every house, regardless if it's metered or not, it's applied equitably across the board.
Yeah, what I do know is that utility costs have dramatically gone up, so we're...
Yes.
And they're not energy efficient.
They're not, and actually by not having houses metered, you have people that tend to just leave their air conditioner all day. Why would you turn it off because it's included in your rent? You know how much it's going to cost you, or water in terms of there's no impact to any excessive use within our district, and I don't know if that's a problem. That's not what we're bringing to the table tonight. But those are the things that we have to think about. We've been having conversations. The other thing that we've discussed between departments and from the finance side is I was a little stunned, that a remodel was $117,000 or that paint is $18,000. So where can we get most of our bang for our buck? Well, we have complaints from residents, which we know of and acknowledge that things aren't getting done or done quickly enough. And yet, so we have 2 dedicated staff, and maybe rather than hiring a third party to come in and paint, we could add another salary to offset that, and actually by reducing the amount of third party painters, and adding an additional staff person that's just dedicated to doing the necessary repairs that are really needed for these houses, we might find cost savings there. So those are other things that we have looked at. But we've had a lot of conversations about this. But again, trying to be financially responsible and acknowledge that fact, the rent has not gone up in over 10 years, and we wanted to start to look at that this year. So,
Comment.
Go ahead.
Superintendent, if you remember yesterday, I made that comment about how arduous decisions that this board has to make. And we certainly don't take no joy in it. Certainly the state, when you talk about the insurance that the teachers have to pay, the employees have to pay, that in and of itself eats up a lot of that, or if not the entirety of that increase every single year. And certainly to be able to manage the repairs of those homes takes money. We understand that. We see that. It's very clear. And it's one of those things of necessity to be able to maintain, or certainly to the idea that was just posed, adding to try to maintain the facilities that we provide to the teachers. So again, it's not an easy decision to make. So those things have to be taken into consideration. Thank you.
We do have one more thing. I'm so sorry. I just realized, yeah, it's getting late. So one thing that we forgot is that's presented to you is, so we're looking for a motion to approve a $150 increase to all rents across the district, in addition to proposed changes to fines and fees as described in the letter presented at the board. And one of the things that we missed to discuss is the maintenance department is really trying to address weeds, and again, having an impact be there for those people that are not following rules. And right now, there's no ability to actually impose fines for those people that are just letting their yards go, letting weeds grow. That becomes detrimental to the property. It requires more work as the weeds grow, and you have to, and they're looking like trees. This language that you find in this letter that we're asking to approve covers that. So it removes the language that's striked out. We didn't provide the entire agreement, just this section of the staff housing handbook that people agree to and sign off on, and it would be updated with the following language, basically stating that residents are responsible for maintaining the exterior of their assigned housing premises, etc. First violation is a written warning. Second violation is the first fine of $50, and subsequent violations will increase by $10 up to $100 per incident. So you could technically go 5 months not doing anything about it, and then after that it would stop at $100 on the 6th month. And if you wanted to still not pull your weeds, at the 6th month you would just cap out at $100 as a fine. But again, having there be an impact for people not actually following the agreements they signed up for to live in our properties and make sure that they're taking care of them. So we just wanted to add that. That is a part of what the recommendation from staff is.
That is in the handbook. We're just adding.
Comment.
Yes, sir.
On your third violation, charge him whatever it would cost to have the maintenance department come in and clean it up.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. Wells, I didn't quite capture the last of it. So at the third violation, then what?
Charge them what it would cost to have the maintenance department come in and clean it up.
I wouldn't, we've had lots of conversations about what, finding a balance between being effective and not deterring people away from this. So again, I would like to, I originally proposed increasing rent at a higher amount, but then when we understand and review teacher salaries and the impact of their salaries and being here and understanding that, we had to think of everything and find what we believe was right and equitable. So in this same sense, while yes, we could charge them the full amount, which would actually be quite a bit of money, we're trying to leverage these fines and these amounts.
A shovel in a hole doesn't cost very much. And 15 minutes a day, you can haul a lot of weeds.
And that is a good point, Mr. Wells, and be transparent on that as well. As we do utilize the school dude work order system, and the housing tenants have the ability to put in a work order in the maintenance housing, the grounds department. We have bought a battery operated lawnmower and some tools and stuff. They can just put in a school dude work order and we'll lend it to them. Like, we'll lend them the tools to do it. This is the worst case scenario. We've given you the tools. We've given you the ability to utilize our tools to be able to do it. We're gonna give you a violation warning, a written warning. Hey, we're just asking to upkeep. We do the perimeter, inside the fence is yours. And so then the violations would start after that. But there are, we do have a policy, we've already let the tenants know that, we do have tools and we do have equipment that they could sign out through school.
I hate to be a hard nose, but it really doesn't take much to clean up a yard, unless you got 3 acres or something out there. And,
I wish it was that easy. Agreed with you. Again, the recommendation from staff is to approve the $150 increase to all rents equitably and the updated language to the handbook to address violations for people not upkeeping their exteriors. So.
Yeah. Just. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm good. Request a proposal. Go ahead.
Yeah, what could have also been helpful as well is just to kind of like do some market analysis. I mean, just because what helped me is like what the cost is in Farmington for like a house. Right now, according to the average price of rent for a house, with what you presented, it's $1,700 plus a month just to rent a house. And then you got the 1-bedroom apartment. The market rate is like $900 and $1,000 up above for 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. So I'm just trying to put that in context, and those don't include the free utilities, or they charge you extra for utilities. I mean, not easy decisions. I mean, so right now for all the houses, apartments, the utilities are included, and that we have no idea like how much is. Okay.
We're working on breaking it out.
But that seems like a good deal, getting free utilities with your rent.
Definitely can lead to excess, and the district is the one that pays those costs. But again, there's a lot of factors to concern, especially the difficult decision that you have to make tonight. This is not something that is politically popular, would be politically popular with our staff, et cetera. We hope that we've been able to present information that makes this clear, that this is fair for both the district trying to be responsible for its finances and the costs that are incurred by our housing, and also not raising rent to levels which would deter people from participating in our district and still continuing to grow this community stronger.
We didn't present the numbers, but we did research the area, knowing that there's no public housing market on the reservation. We know that, you know, you're looking Cortez, Gallup, and so we did factor in what it would cost, you know, in Farmington and stuff like that. Like Mr. Satania said, we collaboratively looked at the different amounts, and there was numbers that we had discussed as a cabinet, and this was what we felt, just with the numbers that we had and the information that we could provide from the maintenance department, and what it was really costing and what we were, you know, what our projections were, and this was the number that we had came up with.
Go ahead.
So again, you talked about Farmington and what's expected up there, or what the average is in rental fees, but here, Notch Chitty, Shiprock, those areas, the only thing that's competing is NHA. And I think if given a choice, I'm sure they wouldn't want, a lot of people, I know I wouldn't want housing tied to my job. And so, because there's a lot that's at stake, you know, and I think if they had the choice, or if they could, they wish they could go through NHA. And but NHA is not any better, and it's high, and it's supposed to be income based, and but it's crazy, it's high. And again, then you're talking about homes that are places that are not even energy efficient. So you got, you know, a lot of the tenants paying high, enormous utility costs, and then, but out here, the trade-off, you know, is, you know, the fuel, gas is high. So, you know, it allows them to go to, you know, border towns and do their, whatever they need to do. But, you know, I feel like this is the easy way out, and I'm putting it on you as the financial person to, Dominic, that, you know, I would like to see you secure more funds and helping our teachers out, because I think, and I'm staying on this, because I think the easy way out is to put the monkey on the tenant's back. But when you have all these things, and we're saying it, we're telling you, but then yet we come back, but I would like to see you secure these and ask for more funding and do your job.
I agree. I think if you were in some of the private conversations that I have within the administration, I think that you would be confident in that I am staying on top of other departments, making sure that we're not losing funding. We're asking questions about why was funding dropped last year, and we had funding to build new houses, and trying to understand the issues where transitions have happened. So with that being said, you have a partner, okay, in me as the director of finance, to be having those uncomfortable conversations with other departments within the administration and staying on top of where can we get grant money. We are tracking our grants. I have a tracking spreadsheet, and I'm going to be meeting with grants to understand if we lost them last year and they were available, what happened, to make sure that we're tracking the due dates for those things. And when it comes to housing, making sure that we're getting funding to continue building those new houses and repairing where they need to be. So this is a part of that solution, but you definitely have a partner and a finance director that is not afraid to go out and make sure that we are not losing opportunities for funds to bring into this district.
Well, the partner I want is somebody to go to ASBO or to legislatures with facts and figures and tell them what our teachers, our educators are experiencing here, and that, you know, that they need to come out of pocket. And they're sitting on what? They're $30 billion?
Yes, and that's part of the meal levy rate that we proposed with the general obligation bond to maintain that so that we can actually get above the 10% and then we would qualify into those coffers. So the people that we hired with the new advisors, continuing to maintain our municipal attorneys, the team that we have, they know what our goals are, and by getting over that 10% mill levy rate with this ed tech note, it's going to open up the state's coffers. And I have every intention of working with the superintendent to make sure that we're getting as much of that funds and having to not use our own funds, but using the state's funds to pursue more projects for this district at less cost to us. So we are thinking about these things in our department and in working with other departments. So Ronnie can tell you we don't always agree.
So certainly not to belabor the point, some of you may not know, Gallup-McKinley County provides free housing for their educators. But again, that circumstance is different to what we have here, and I've said that before about the municipality that they have within that confines of that district to be able to do that because of their pool of funding that they get and how they can utilize their impact aid, which is different than us. But certainly it's incumbent upon us as a board, not just the administration, to lobby not just our state legislature for a piece of that pie, but the federal government at the same time to be able to do that. And again, that's certainly not your fault. And I appreciate the fact that you're bringing us these numbers and showing us the reality, because that's something that we have to deal with. And again, we don't, it's nothing that we sit here and in glee and joy to say, yeah, we're going to increase the rent, but there's a reality to it.
Sure. And I'm personally going to be working with my team to be doing the analysis that you need to make these hard decisions, but understand that we're going to bring you those hard decisions because it's important. Because if we can make some of those hard decisions, it's going to open up where we can shift our funds and maybe go to 80-20 for insurance. I've talked to HR about that, which would be a goal to attract. Currently, we still have funds, but we have to make some hard decisions and make sure that we're running a more efficient operation here such that we can provide and focus where we want those monies. And again, I'm going to continue to work with the superintendent and bring those issues, whether difficult or some can be check the box. But again, we're committed to working to, do the best that we can for our kids.
Any other comments? I will entertain a proposal then to.
Yes, I have some concerns. One, has the lease and the letter been reviewed by a board attorney? And what is her recommendation? Is it good? Is it clear? Two, in terms of the rent, have we considered pro rata in terms of the people, the tenant's salary? Have we considered that based on the tenant's salary to have a sliding scale? And I would just feel more comfortable if the board attorney is involved in some of these conversations, especially if there's going to be pushback in regards to increasing the rent. Thank you.
So just to answer, because there were some questions in there. So did we actually think about that? Yes, we did. And ultimately, this is what staff is proposing after those considerations. I think another question was, did we run this by the attorney? No, we did not. In terms of the policy, if that's a deciding factor with this being a vote, you know, there's always the option to table this issue or vote to table or make a motion to vote to table. Know that that's available to you if you would like to have us examine this further or push that to attorney. Again, our recommendation from staff is that we have been diligent to review, and this is what we brought and recommend for approval.
Go ahead.
So yes, I don't like it, and I say to table it, and then I think things would have been different had I heard, I did this, I went here, I went and applied for this, I had my staff go out and look, I had, you know, to show that you have done your part, your job. And again, I feel like the monkey is put on the educator's back or our tenants' back. And for the administrators, I don't think it's, you know, really a lot for an additional 150. But that's not the same with the educators, with the teachers. And so, you know, you come to the district, and you know some of the ideas that we've seen, you know, and we were all sitting at the same table, and I did say, when it comes to the teachers, let's be careful, because that's the side I'm gonna be on, because that's what was needed in our district. And that's the only thing that's attractive, and that's keeping a lot of our educators here and attracting them here. So, and that's where I'm gonna stick to.
Understood. Again, you can always make a motion to table the issue and put it to a vote.
Yeah, well, another thought is on this, have you also, because we haven't really charged for utilities at all, and that's sort of unknown, have you thought about maybe breaking it down like a $100 rent increase plus a $50 utility surcharge? Because right now we don't charge for utilities. And the other big thing about NHA is that they charge, if you want utilities at your NHA home, you have to pay the utility fee, and that's, some homes rack up huge bills. So for us, I mean, it looks like we don't charge utilities, and that's a huge expense.
I get the semantics. We did have those conversations. What we ran into in those conversations was that we don't have meters on all the homes. So again, to be equitable, whether you're charging some people one because they have a meter, or you have, like, for example, you have the new houses at SAO that do not technically have meters. So even the new houses, which, you know, you would say, well, they should have meters. Well, they don't. Actually, the older houses have meters, and those are the runs that maybe because they are not built as eco-friendly, they're the ones that are running their air conditioner all the time. So we also thought about, and why, when analyzing this as a team, actually making those kinds of decisions right now without having equity of meters on all houses would actually put the burden on places like Newcomb, houses out in Newcomb, the older houses, because those are the ones that are likely running their air conditioner all the time because they are older. What we're trying to do is we're trying to be equitable, understanding that how we're currently structured, given that utilities are not metered, is that even though you say like a trash fee, it's pretty just, it's a one thing fee. It's like there's no factor in there where there's flexibility. And with that, we saw that and just said this was the approach that we would recommend. Again, we don't want to create inequities on, you know, individuals that might be living in houses that aren't as eco-friendly, and they're running their air conditioners. So this is not an easy issue to solve, just by some of the basics of how our houses are built. But please understand that Ronnie and I and Stephanie and getting feedback from others, we have thought about a lot of what you're asking. We definitely appreciate the questions. But this, again, is what we, staff is recommending, and that we believe is fair and equitable with the amounts. And we understand that it is a hard decision.
I'd like to make a motion to table the discussion. And again, with the fact that incumbent upon the administration of the board to try to figure a way either to certainly minimize, mitigate, or like our cousin brothers down the road there. make it
I
certainly a
second
lot more
that.
palatable.
I second the motion.
Motions to table are not debatable, so.
It's moved and second to table the motion. Go ahead.
Just say
Mr. Montoya?
the vote?
Yes.
Yes, of course. Couldn't understand you.
Ms. Asmus?
To table, yes.
Yes.
And I vote to table.
Yes.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, board.
If I may, I just appreciate the fact that, again, that's a very serious conversation with some very serious decisions. And I think, like I said, when I made the motion, it's incumbent upon us up here to be able to try to figure some way to help you guys out to try to mitigate, minimize, or find a much, much better solution for our teachers.
Yeah, yeah. So,
Thank you.
So I mean, for me, I'd very quickly comment on, I'm hoping that we don't kick the can down the road and just let this thing drag on. So maybe eventually we can come back with something more reasonable or palatable to.
Absolutely.
Because for me, I know that we have this thing looming, and just pushing this off in the future and hoping it goes away or fixes itself is, I don't think that's a good solution either.
Not gonna happen.
So we definitely come up with something more palatable, I think, in that respect. Thank you.
Thank you, board. Thank you.
Appreciate your work.
And I guess with that, again, I would like to see what the administration or the department's done as far, and then go to you know, what you propose.
Moving on to C, report and possible board action, Family Resource Center provider agreement by Lisa Renier.
I just handed out a little one sheet because I'm talking about something that's new to our county tonight. I'm Lisa Renner. Good evening, board, superintendent, colleagues, and community. I go to a lot of meetings and I've met a lot of people, and somebody sent me a proposal for a family resource center, and I wrote the proposal and a contract was awarded. It's for $2.8 million over 4 years. It comes to about $717,000 a year. We got our budget this week. We are going to hire 5 people. They are going to work out of Kirtland Early Childhood Center. 3 of them will be called family care specialists, 1 will be a supervisor, and 1 will be a secretary or administrator, clerical. And so we just got the budget, we got the scope of work, and we're gonna start work on it soon. A family resource center, there's over 3,000 of them in our country. We have none in our county. We'll be the first. The budget includes things mostly for the salaries. There's also some for a curriculum and for supplies for parents and for food. We're going to have these people provide parent education and literacy supports for families 0 to 18, prenatal to 18 actually. And so they're gonna also work, I haven't talked to you guys in a while, but we also have 4 new community schools. Nas Chitty Elementary, Newcomb Middle School was awarded the grant, as well as OHO and Eva B. Stokely. So I sort of have this idea, and the people, this is coming from TANF, Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, from the state through CYFD to us, this contract. That's where the funding comes from, through an initiative from the governor. And I'm imagining it sort of like a hub at Kirtland Early Childhood Center, where we already have a Head Start classroom and a parent educator, and they both are thriving there. They're not going to be moved out. We're going to co-locate some services, and I imagine this center as a hub, and then these community schools can be spokes, so that if transportation is a barrier for family, our care specialists can go to them and provide services like enrollment and SNAP or Medicaid or things like that. They're going to be trained. We have professional development as well in here. Oh my gosh, we're also going to have Dr. Harvey here. She helped me with this. I'm always learning when I write a new grant, and so I learned a lot, and we're partners. So we're also going to have the McKinney-Vento families able to be referred to our program for more help and support all the way around. So that's the intention by it. The grant was like 63 pages long, and I only had a few days to write it, and along with my colleague here who helped me. And so we got it done really fast, and I'm really glad that it was accepted. I'm excited. I know it's big, and so I'm really open for any questions or thoughts or concerns that you may have for me now. It's kind of a big new thing, so I know it's very general, and we're just starting and we're learning together, and I'm going to take the curriculum training as well, and we're going to co-locate resources, and I really want to have literacy activities, so you don't have to go to Farmington and go to the library to have story time with your child. I'm envisioning a lot of beautiful things at Kirtland Early Childhood Center. That's a really nice place that we have. It's a jewel. And so I'm imagining it as a beautiful, healing, happy, healthy place for families to come. We're going to do a needs assessment. I'm not just going to say, I want story time. We'll do they want to have a shoe game? Do they want to have whatever people want? Zumba, yoga, I don't know. We're really open to, there's a saying for community schools and family resource centers that if you've seen one, you've seen one. They're all supposed to be very unique to the community. And this is open to San Juan County, but it's going to be located here, and people would have to come to us if they were coming from another town. But and Dr. Harvey wants to add as well.
Good evening. So I wanted to also share when we wrote this proposal for this contract with CYFD, we included the facility utilities for the Kirtland Early Childhood Center to be paid out of this contract. So it'll be for 4 years paid fully. And then we also, all of this new staff members who are going to be coming on board are fully paid under this contract also. So the district's not paying for any of that. And then in addition to that, the 5 additional personnel will be housed and also managed by myself under Safety Net program. So it's going to complement everything that we do with our McKinney-Vento families, but in addition to that, additional families in the communities that we serve.
And one of the budget elements was a marketing campaign, and the first thing I asked the woman when we met with her this week, I was like, can we please buy a billboard? Because I was sick of seeing that billboard and not ours. So she said yes. So yeah, so we get to buy a billboard as well. I mean, in our budget, it's allowable. So I would like to do that, to buy a billboard to have Central Consolidated and our Family Resource Center advertised, because I think it's going to be a good thing. So I'm very excited and happy to tell you guys about it. And it's evolving. I'm happy to come back and report as it evolves and introduce our staff and things like that, because it's very new. We just got the budget and are establishing our relationship with Hyacinth. I think I saw her drive by. She said she was coming up for an audit, and I saw her car and drive by our facility. She does have to approve it, and she's really excited for it too. So it'll be the first of its kind up here in the northwest part of the state.
So offhand, what are you, do you have any examples?
Well, we're really blessed because we already have some of the goals met, because we already have parent educator there. Parents as teachers is oftentimes the goal of an initial startup family resource center. So I want to really maintain the parents as teachers and the Head Start. We're imagining co-locating some with, I know you heard from people today that are working with Eudora. Those folks.
Yeah, we did talk about some of the co-locating, but also keeping and strengthening partnerships that we already have through our programs. So we would be having like direct services to family resource connections. So it would be more in-depth connections to these resources, to families that we serve. I've mentioned before through the McKinney-Vento program, 500 plus students on McKinney-Vento is what we ended with this past year. And so Rachel Brown and I have been trying to navigate connecting those families, students and families to additional resource and support throughout the year. But with this new program coming in, we'll have additional staffing, which are going to be trained in case management style, working with families. They'll be having an education plan, they'll have goals. I worked with Self-Reliance in the past as a program manager and also with workforce development as a program coordinator. So I know this is and TANF funding goes through, they also fund Self-Reliance program. So I understand that process and what requirements they have of us and what they will have of us. So because of how that functions, it's very similar to what Self-Reliance Workforce do for their families. We'll have it here in our district. It's the first of its kind. We were told that they've never worked with a school district before, so we'll be the model.
You're gonna be the pilot.
Yeah. So we're going to be the first, like I said, of its kind. We'll be doing intervention, prevention, and then strengthening families. We'll be doing training and workshops for parenting classes, financial literacy, nutrition classes, mental health, behavioral health, connecting with, I'm working with Molina Healthcare right now to see if they could come in to do some work with us. They want to partner with us in a lot of these topics that I just mentioned. We'll be doing career development. We'll have a computer lab that's going to help families, parents, and grandparents. We'll be able to help them navigate our systems and also train them on a lot of these topics that I mentioned. And then, like Lisa said, we're already talking with organizations. They're excited. People have heard about it already. We've had a number of organizations within our county already reach out to us and ask us, how can we partner with you all? How can we help you? Where can we support what you guys are going to do with this resource center? People are talking about it and connecting with us. Just this last week, we've had 4 organizations already approach us and ask for meetings, and they want to partner with what we have and what we're going to do with it. So it's fresh, it's new. We're able to build something I think that's going to be really unique to our district. And we'd love to hear recommendations and get recommendations from.
Question.
Yes.
Where's it going to be housed?
Kirtland Early Childhood Center. That's where we wrote into the contract.
Is that going to be the hub?
Yes. But like Lisa said, with the additional staff she'll be getting with community program that she has, and then also the liaison, and then other social workers were talking about how they can come in to help support other schools. We're really going to concentrate towards Las Chini and Newcomb last year.
I was going to say, it's not just the schools, it's the community.
Yes, it's a community-based program too.
Because that's really what you're going to be serving as a community.
Mm-hmm.
And again, to your point of mentioning McKinney-Vento, one of the questions, obviously, we're not getting that funding for what, 2 more years, 3 more years now?
Yeah.
So it's really going to be able to not just supplant, but really support the community. Because I was looking in the documentation and the different number of services through the departments that they provide.
Yeah.
Really ties specifically to the community schools and the whole genesis and idea of community schools through those partnerships with those other departments. But it's my humble opinion. To me, the hub would be better served down in Shiprock because it'd be easier to get down south and even this way versus being set here and then having to go down.
That's why I was
There's no
thinking of,
place,
like,
no space whatsoever.
This is
Every room, every building is utilized.
Well, and I think this will be the hub, and then we can send people to the schools to keep, yeah. I think the plan is to have it in the schools as well. So they're like, maybe one of them will go to Shiprock so many days a week, to different schools. So, yeah.
I'm only saying that because all 3 of our elementary schools are half full.
Right. So maybe they can co-locate. Maybe we'll have a community school room and a family resource room. That'd be great, right? I'm not opposed to that at all. Yeah, we'll have this as kind of a central hub and a start, and we're just starting. So The idea is to have them in the schools and spread out as much as we can, and we're allowed and is allowable, so.
Question.
But yeah, the return on investment has been shown to be really high, and the investment's coming from somewhere else, but I mean, I think it'll be good for the whole district, so all the families.
And I think as it goes along, I think through time, you'll see where you can, like, you know, like a sub place.
For sure, I
south,
think so.
yeah.
We don't imagine people sitting in an office all day. That's not what we do, and that's not what we intend for them to do. We intend for them to be doing things with people. So yeah, in locations.
And I think with the people that come in, you know, like we do a 5-year, I don't know what they call that, but anyway, they, I'm sure they're glad to see that some of it, that 50% that's not being used is being used.
Right, I think it's a really great use of space, for sure, and I don't see anything wrong with them going to those locations, and also taking some of these providers with them to these locations would be really good, so.
Thank you.
Who else has, or who has reached out to you to partner with you?
So this week was somebody from 100% San Juan County. It's a kind of a movement that's going on with the county. Her name's Kathy Price, and she brought somebody who's working at the Navigation Center at PMS. I reached out to PMS because they do have Head Start there, and they have behavioral health and dental and physicians there. And I spoke to the person there that I know that's in charge of Head Start and a lot of other things. She's the regional director, and she was excited to hear about this and possibilities of co-location and working together as well. And I know that CBI. Yeah. Okay, good.
So Capacity Builders, of course, is already our partner in a lot of different ways with our district. So they're excited about this opportunity we have. They want to expand their partnership in different areas because they do have mental health, behavioral health services. And in addition to that, they have a lot of wellness built into their programming. So them, and then also health promotions, we already partner with them in a lot of different ways. Throughout this year, we've done a lot of workshops and wellness initiatives and like topic training and professional development from them and with them. And then also the behavioral health, Navajo Nation is more than excited to work with us in different capacities, different ways. And then of course, Molina Healthcare is who I'd mentioned earlier. So these are just a few of the individuals that have talked to us and wanting to partner. When we say co-locate, they would come into our facility and then temporarily, maybe for a day or even a week, be settled there while parents and families and grandparents are coming in to get support and services from them. So we could work with them, like Echo Food Bank has offered to work with us to come and sit at our location and do intake for not only food services, but housing. They have funding that can help with utilities and things like that. So those are things that we're talking about with co-location. And it wouldn't just be in Kirtland, it would actually be at the schools. So a lot of these organizations are willing and wanting to maybe sit at one of the schools for a day to do support and provide intake or applications and things like that for our families, so it'll help support them even more so. Now that we're going to have the additional staffing to do this, we're able to do a little bit more.
Just
Go ahead.
Yeah, you mentioned being able to co-locate programs. I'm not really sure what kind of programs or services are offered, like in the Nuka, Mashchiri, or even the rural parts or parts of our district. But have you thought about even expanding like partnerships or like Navajo Head Start for, like if we have empty or vacant classrooms, to have them co-locate at least within our schools, and ideally once they're done, they would feed right into our schools and hopefully boost their enrollment.
Yes.
Because I think we have a lot of empty vacant classrooms, so it makes no sense why we should let them be vacant and just sit there.
I appreciate that question because I think for the past year.
Because that would also allow our district to align, I would think, even the pre-K curriculum with what our district needs. That way it's, rather than working in isolation, they both work together.
Yes, and we have made the recommendation to have that happen because I'm in partnership with several programs who are trying to look for locations to rent or to use as like co-locations for their programs. They have families, they have students, potential students that they could bring into because they work with families. And we've also asked if, you know, especially down south, and we know there's extra rooms that might be available. That is something that we have discussed and that I have brought up several times as a recommendation to help programs with the Navajo Nation or even other programs to find locations where they can be housed. Even with our state representative, Mr. Hernandez, we had a conversation with him, and he's trying to find a space right now for somebody that he's gonna hire who can go in and out of that space whenever they can. And that was a thing that I had brought up too, possibility to rent a space to individuals like that to use. So yeah, we have had those discussions. I've made recommendations over the years actually to my supervisors. So I don't know whether or not those things were shared. Self-Reliance program is based out of Farmington right now. They moved there when I was a program manager. I took care of the whole Navajo Nation Self-Reliance. When we moved to Farmington at that time, we were trying to find space because we moved from Shiprock to Farmington. Well, in the year that I was with them, we were trying to find space back in Shiprock to house all of our people. But we couldn't find space. So that was a recommendation I'd made is they want to move back, and they had money, a lot of money.
Yeah, they do.
And they still do. And they're still looking for space, is my understanding, potential space where they can move back towards Shiprock or this area. So, and over the years, their clients have had to go to Farmington to get served. And then, yeah.
And our intention is once this is up and running is to leverage it for more grants. You know, to have a garden at every school, to have fresh produce delivered throughout the district, you know, and she's already talking to grantors about literacy programs that we can do for a library, since there's no library accessible for children especially, you know, so I think this is just a seed that's gonna, hopefully, that's my vision anyways, hopefully this will just start libraries and gardens and growth and support for families is my dream personally for this, so. Any other questions or concerns or comments?
Can I make a motion to approve this item?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that D, possible action on Family Resource Center be approved. Mr. Montoya?
But, hold on, I was trying to remember the name. You said Hernandez.
Joseph.
Isn't that political?
Oh, we just had a discussion.
Okay.
There
And
wasn't any
it wouldn't, yeah.
Yeah, I did get approval to leave that. So I was.
If he would pay attention.
I wasn't the only one at that meeting, so.
It was just one of the topics that just one person would like to run.
Right.
There was nothing agreed on
Right.
with that, but just
Well,
I think it was an example, yeah, but you're right, it would be. That's a little
It's the optics.
Yeah.
Mr. Montoya, do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Aspas?
Yes.
Mr. Sol?
Yes.
Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You're on the hook for the next one.
Okay, so, do you have to announce it first? Or should I speak?
Let's see, wellness room.
Yeah. So somebody from the DOH sent me a grant proposal request for wellness rooms from the PED, and I applied for it after speaking to some people. And we were awarded $120,000 for a wellness room at Career Prep High School. A wellness room is a room where students can go for different levels of support. They could go there to meet with their social worker for their behavior intervention plan or for their IEP. They can go there just if they're stressed out, anyone can go there. A teacher can go in there. There are places with massage chairs, calm lighting. The mascot of Career Prep High School is a phoenix, so I centered it around themes of fire and a bird, so there's gonna be a nest where students can rest. I know students said they were tired a lot. There's gonna be a place called The Forge where they can plan and come up with ideas and journal and make art. Oh, no, what's the other one? And there's another one where they can burn off some energy. And so I worked with the new principal there, and he wasn't on contract yet, and he was at a conference, so he asked me to make the budget proposal, and he edited it, and it's been submitted to the PED. And so this is more informational for you that this grant was awarded. It's a really good idea. A wellness room, I've helped do those in other schools, and they're lovely for everyone. And since we do have the space, I would like, if you ever hear of another grant like this, please let me know and I'll write it, because they're a good thing. This will provide a staff person to staff the room and establish procedures for the room. And then it'll also allow for the purchases for the room and some training for trauma-informed care for people. So I stand for questions or comments for this as well.
Board members allowed?
Yes, ma'am. You're welcome. Yeah, it'll be nice. Usually dim lighting. I got these clouds, lights on there that'll just kind of make it calm, and smells, right? So just the sensory system can come in and decompress. Weighted blankets. Everyone needs it, I think. So I think we should have one at SAO as well. But yeah, it'll be primarily for the kiddos, the students, and for their adults. They've been through some trauma there. There's been a lot of loss, too much loss in this district last year. And so that they're healing from that, and they're gonna need it, and it's gonna be a good thing for them. And I just wanted to report on it to you. So it's been awarded. I don't think it has to be, but I'll stop there.
Yeah, personally, I've seen one of these before. It's actually up at Neville Prep as part of the new residential.
Oh, dang. I didn't know they had one.
It's like it's one of those like holistic or those healing rooms, or
yeah,
it's nice.
Phoenix Rising. I titled it Phoenix Rising, right? Because the children are going to be rising. Yeah, so yeah, that's the idea.
Okay.
Okay. So.
I'm supportive.
Okay, good.
Do we need to approve the?
Yeah, that's an action item.
Oh, yeah.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
It's moved and seconded that we approve the wellness room. Grant's already been issued. I hate to turn down the money.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Montoya?
Yes.
Ms. Aspas?
Yes.
Mr. Sol?
Yes.
Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Next item, changes to Open Meetings Act resolution by Ms. Chappelle.
I'm last, aren't I? Yes. Good evening, board members. I was asked to bring up potential changes to the Open Meetings Act resolution. And the first spot that I was requested to take a look at is to add potential meetings at Newcomb, in the Newcomb Noshchity area. And so you'll see that in the now therefore be it resolved clause number 1. Scroll down a little farther. There you go. And then the second change is to just follow the current version of the Open Meetings Act with respect to notice, which allows the district to come up with a reasonable timeframe for notice. In the past draft, and that's paragraph number 3, we had 10 days. The law does not require 10 days, and unfortunately, if we need to move a meeting for various unforeseen reasons, it makes it very difficult. So the language that I'm proposing is that last sentence: notice of work session and regular meetings will be given at least 3 days in advance of the meeting date, and that complies with the 72 hours of meeting notice for the agenda. And with that, I stand for questions.
Somehow, Jermaine, that went over my head. You want to try again?
Yes, sir, happy to. So I was asked to come up with potential changes for 2 items. 1, to resume having meetings also in the Newcomb Noshchity area, so that we go back to having regional meetings. During COVID, we got away from that and only had them in Kirtland and Shiprock for the most part. And so that was one request. And then the second was to be a little bit more flexible with the notice requirement. The requirement was in our resolution. It's not required by law. And so the change would be to say that we have at least 3 days notice in advance of the meeting date, so that that complies with the 72-hour agenda notice, but gives us some flexibility should we need to change something.
I thought we had, decided to go, maybe I missed something, when I wasn't here, I missed a lot.
Are you talking about that week?
Still 72 hours, but, talking about Thursday to Thursday.
Yeah, that week. This is not that.
That doesn't change that.
Yeah,
That stays the same.
this is just the,
Just to start holding it in Newton?
No,
No.
because what I understand is that the old, or the current policy of the resolution that we have on hand, it says that notice has to be provided 10 days in advance of the meeting, when the Open Meetings Act only requires 72 hours. So in that respect, we're sort of really tying our hands. So this would clarify that we go back to what the state law requires at a minimum. So before it was 10 days notice, here it's 72 hours.
And then
Is that the only change then?
the other change is to reintroduce having meetings in the Newcomb Noshchity area, which we used to do before COVID. I left that information up to the board to decide, because I think that needs to be a board discussion.
Let's say the regular board meetings.
Because it won't be the same every month, right? There's 2 meetings a month and 3 regions, so you'd have to kind of stagger it somehow.
That's how it was before, it was just correct? The regular
Mhm.
board meetings is what was going from community to community, not the work sessions. Keep the work sessions the same and the regular board meetings would move from,
And I am happy to
Place to place.
make that change, yes, sir.
that would be my suggestion.
Speak up, Gary,
well,
I can't.
you can't really set it in stone either, because, how many times have we combined? And so, I think just like that is perfect, and, then it gives us room.
I did add, it used to just say board schedule, but I added and subsequent board actions, so that if you guys wanted to change the board schedule, it would be clear that that was allowed.
Gives you the latitude to be able to do that,
Yes, sir.
which makes sense. And to your point, Ms. Aspis.
Mhm. And it has to be a board action and not like the work session that happened where superintendent said, oh, can we do this? And these presenters are here. So I don't think that was, right with, and then on our pay or our per diem, we're being paid for that as a meeting, and it wasn't a meeting. So we only had 2 board members here.
Well, I was told that we weren't gonna get paid for that. No, I wasn't gonna get paid for that anyway.
But you
Yeah,
weren't there.
To my knowledge, there was no compensation for that work session.
You weren't there.
I know.
You're absent.
So
For the
just
work
to
session.
clarify,
So there was no meeting.
There were 2, we don't have quorum.
I know, so there was no meeting.
so
Right.
just to clarify on the conversation that's occurring now, which is not on the agenda, but I'm gonna clarify. According to Robert's Rules of Order, if you don't have a quorum, you can proceed as a subcommittee of the whole, and no board action can occur. It would just be the actual presentation. So I don't want superintendent to take the hit for that. That was actually my recommendation.
Well, what superseded that was, before we had said we're waiting 15 minutes. And if there's no quorum, then there's no meeting.
So in regards to what we're looking at and what we're asking for this in front of us,
We're asking for the ability to open up the Nash City again.
Yes, sir. Newcomb Nash City.
Well, it's always been available. I think right now, it was because of COVID. And then,
But
you
there
know.
was never a vote on it, was there?
No, well, yeah, there was, because number 2 of COVID, that whole paragraph right there. And because Navajo Nation had a different health order than state.
Yep.
And that's been
So-
superseded now, yes.
So that was the whole reasoning behind having it here all this time. Because you had that big difference, and the district still needed to run.
so what was, you said there was a certain couple of words that you said that you could add or you put in there to give us a latitude? Or was that again?
Yes, Board Member Montoya, paragraph 1, the very last line there, it says, work sessions and regular meetings will be held
Okay.
in Kirtland,
I see it.
Shiprock, or the Newcomb Nash-City area as indicated by the board schedule and subsequent. Oh, I'm
Board.
sorry, I changed it actually in my version to say and/or subsequent board
Mhm.
action,
Okay.
and I'll get that changed.
So again, that gives us latitude to be able to adjust
Yes, sir.
as needed or as the circumstance warrants.
Mhm.
Okay. Other than that, we good, I think?
And like, when you say and/or board action, that's not because a certain administrator can't be there. That we're accommodating. It's the board's meeting.
That is technically correct. So, as it stands, that is the language that you're suggesting that we, or that you're presenting to us to accept is correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right, so I'll make a motion to accept the current language as it's presented.
I will second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded that we accept the proposal as it stands.
Is it just those 3 points?
Are we going to,
The changes are in 1 and 3.
are we going to make the changes either or?
Yes, I already made that, and I'll give that to Sharon.
As it stands with the change to make either or.
Does the state attorney general keep us to keep number 2 in there?
No, we don't have to have that in there anymore. It was more just a respect of still potential current concern over it.
Well, if we don't have to have it, why don't we scratch it?
Yeah, we can scratch it. Just so everybody's on the same page, that language is, the board has the ability and flexibility to continue implementing social distancing practices consistent with guidelines from the state attorney general and Navajo Nation Health Order during its public meetings as it deems necessary in response to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Which we're not in, and we can scratch that.
You can scratch that.
Mr. Montoya, you want to make that motion again?
Oh, absolutely, to just amend the initial motion with striking line 2.
And the only reason we had kept it in there, just to clarify, was we were still nervous that we could go back into it at some point. And so that was the only reason we kept it.
So what if you just scratch the word COVID-19 and just say
Right.
declared pandemic, whatever, maybe there'll be like a super measles outbreak or whatever.
Any
No,
other?
I don't wish to ask for another pandemic.
Just say health emergencies.
Yes.
I can do that.
Yes.
Because you never know what will pop up or.
Yeah.
Could be a measles outbreak.
So what we're saying is, it would read, the last phrase would read, during its public meetings as it deems necessary in response to
Health conditions.
health emergencies.
Yeah.
Right.
Health or safety emergencies.
So my initial
1, 2, 3.
motion would be accepted with the applicable language on line 2.
Yes.
Okay, do I have a second for that?
I'll second.
Mr. Montoya,
Yes.
Ms. Aspas,
Yes.
Mr. So,
Yes.
Ms. Askey.
Yes.
I vote yes. Okay, thank you, Jermaine.
Mr. Chair, before we, I guess, proceed on, I was wondering if we could kind of if I could make a request, if we could go back to one of the items that we just passed over, to, rather than approving the rent increase, but rather to adopt the updated language for the policy, because I think it's really, the language is important that we have to adopt, and that's regarding the requirement for residents to maintain the exteriors of their housing premises, yards, free of weeds, debris. I think we can improve that policy tonight rather than wait and not lump in the other piece, because I think so what happened was the rent increase got lumped in with this policy change, and for me, I feel comfortable to approve this policy, the recommended policy change.
The policy to maintain their.
Yeah, where there's a first violation, second, and subsequent third. I mean, it doesn't appear to be substantially drastic or different. It's more clear language.
And it won't have the rate increases on
No.
there.
Yes, all this is just the policy change, and the rent, that's separate. This is just to approve the policy.
Fair point.
I would agree to go ahead and do it, separate it that way, but however, looking at the item and how it's put here, where it says rent increase for district housing and updates to housing policies, and I wish it had been more specific in housing fines or who's to say that we may have had a larger audience and in wanting to have a discussion about it or to hear that discussion. So I don't know.
If I may make a recommendation to that point, and to the point of the initial tabling of that, it would certainly be my recommendation as we're looking for items for topics of the next board meeting, to certainly put that on as an action item to the policy point in the work session, so that can be done sooner than later as a consideration. So it's not belabored, and then we can focus on additional funding resources.
I mean, to me, I'm okay with approving it tonight. I mean, if it's legally sufficient or it's okay.
So just to clarify, board members, the agenda language is legally sufficient to pass on the policy because it's under potential board action. And the way that you would handle that is you would move to untable the table and then vote on the policy part and then table the other part.
So the only one that can untable is the one who tabled it. And let me see if I want to do that.
Well, I'm not sure that's what Robert's Rules of Order says, but and I think anybody could make that motion and then you guys would vote on it. Because you all voted in the majority.
All right, Mr. Chair, can I make a motion to recall the item that was previously tabled regarding the the rent increase and the housing policy change back to the table, or back from the table for approval. And then we'll, after we bring it back, we can approve just the policy change, but not the rent increase. And then table the rent increase.
I second my table.
You got an hour to decide.
It has been proposed. So, Mr. Montoya,
Yes to untable.
Ms. Asmus,
I'm confused.
Mr. Soul,
Yes.
Ms. Haskey,
Yes.
and myself, yes. All right, it's untabled. Now then, give me a
Alright.
proposal to separate them.
Okay, Mr. Chair, with that said, I will now make a motion to approve the amended staff housing policy change and to table the rent increase until a future date.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Mr. Montoya,
Yes.
Ms. Asmus,
No.
Mr. Soul,
Yes.
Ms. Haskey,
Yes.
myself, yes. Now, we need to table the motion to raise the rent. Do I have a motion?
I
No,
think
that's done in one.
Yeah, it's
You
already
just
been
did
done.
it.
It's,
But we removed it.
It's done.
yeah, all we approved was just the housing policy change, but the rent increases, it's off to the future.
As long as it's legally tabled, that's fine.
Yes.
Okay. Possible items for next meeting.
The continuation of the housing policy.
That's
If
already
there-
tabled for next meeting.
Yeah, to have
Anything else?
options. To provide options. And then also, I would like a report on the staffing. Are we fully staffed? Where are we at in terms of recruitment for those vacancies or hard to fill positions?
I would like to probably have like a enrollment update report, probably by school and also by grade level. I don't know if that would be like part of the board action item or maybe just like offline report that we all get, whichever way.
Anything else? Going on to number 11, I will entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting.
Motion.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we adjourn. Mr. Montoya?
Yes.
Ms. Aspas?
Yes.
Mr. Soul?
Yes.
Ms. Haskey?
Yes.
And I vote yes. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you all for staying. Have a good weekend.